Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3. My name is Kyle Walker and we've got 2 exciting days of FIFA 21 action coming up your way. So make sure you stick around with us because this is the final qualifier from the Oceania region and the competitors are hoping to make their way through to playoffs and then all the way to the FIFA E World Cup. Joining me for the next couple of days, we've got Mike LaBelle as always. And Mike, this is it, the business end of the season. This is where the competitors need to showcase their skills and get themselves to playoffs.
Well, first off, good morning. I know it's a little bit later in the morning for you. I'm not sure what I'm in for a range in New York City. What does 4 a.m. count as? Is that an early morning? Is that a late evening? I'm not sure, but this is definitely the nitty-gritty, the final stages of the competitive year, at least for this region, in terms of making sure they get a playoff position, they're solidified, they've got a good seed, and then they're moving forward.
It's extremely early. That's what I would call that. You're up before the birds are even singing, but we've got some exciting FIFA action for you, Mike. What more could you ask for?
As long as it's not clean sheets, we got back and forth action in terms of end-to-end FIFA. I want high scoring affairs. And to be fair, specifically in this region, we've had a lot of that. This has not been a boring region by any means. We've seen a lot of the skills, a lot of the aggressive play, and just it's been a region that's had a lot of passion as well, which you got to love to see that.
Yes, we have indeed. We've seen plenty of goals. We've seen plenty of action over the past 2 qualifiers, and the competitors that will be going head-to-head will be hoping to be named that 3rd and final qualifier champion for the Oceania region. Mike, do you think that adds a little bit of pressure for these competitors, knowing that this is pretty much the final opportunity on the big stage to get themselves to playoffs?
Normally, I would say yes, but considering that we're seeing so many familiar faces, this is one of the few regions now where a lot of the guys are household names. We've had a couple stories from the beginning of the FIFA 21 year, but outside of that, these are guys we've seen before. Some are more informed than others, but we've seen some sort of competitive history, whether we're dating back a few years or even the previous year, or just once everything shifted online via, of course, dealing with a worldwide pandemic.
Now, we are mentioning that it is the 3rd qualifier of the Oceania region, and it all leads up to the FIFA E World Cup. Yes, playoffs are next, but competitors from all over the world, all of our regions, are going head-to-head, hoping to make their way through from Europe, North America, South America, East Asia, West Asia and South Africa, and Oceania. As we are here, they want to make their way through to their respective playoffs, and then it's all roads lead to that FIFA E World Cup. Mike, if you cast your mind back to the beginning of the season and you think, here we are 4-5 months later, things have dramatically changed, haven't they, in terms of not just the world, but the FIFA scene, the community, and we're getting so close to that FIFA E World Cup.
Yeah, I think back towards the end of last year's competitive year where everything was starting to shift. We had the Summer Cup series, of course, and I feel that almost acted as a trial run for everything that's happened this year with the different regions. And it's allowed for a lot of players that maybe wouldn't get the exposure that they deserved an opportunity because everything has been region locked. We're seeing often the top 8 competitors versus maybe seeing the top 2 or 3 from certain regions. And if you come from somewhere such as, let's say, West Asia, where it's always MS Desari, and they don't have many spots, you typically then don't get to see, well, what's coming up soon? Who's next up? Who's been knocking on the door? And this year has allowed for a lot of opportunities for new players or guys that have been around that just don't necessarily get to really showcase what they've got at some of the big international events.
I've said it time and time again. I love that it's region locked, as you said, but I cannot wait for these competitors to go head to head. That is something I'm definitely looking forward to. Now, before we get into the FIFA 21 action, something that is extremely important, something that we want to highlight is that being part of a gaming community, it should be positive, fun, fair and safe for all. And we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. EA believes it's important more than ever to do what you can to take care of your mental health, and we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. All of our competitors going head to head, we know the importance of these events, we know how much it means to them, but the mental health, the fact that you want to enjoy it, it should be fun, fair, positive for all. That is the utmost importance. You can go to ea.com/compete/wellness for more information right there. Now, if you are at home and you are wanting to get involved in some of the competitive action as well, you can do that from the comfort of your own home with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Yes, these are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, walk them through it.
Yeah, it's the step-by-step process. Everything's integrated really easily into the PlayStation. You get the tips, you get the tricks, you get the information. It also allows you to kind of get a better idea of where you're at and to gauge your ability. It's a nice little entryway or gateway into the competitive community. And it's very important at the end of the day to get reps. And repetition is going to play such a factor in terms of you being able to gain confidence and really be able to kind of look yourself in the mirror and say, I got to work on this. It doesn't always come from the weekend league. You need that tournament structure.
And who knows, we might see you at a competitive event next year when we can actually, hopefully, go to events as well. It could all start with those PS4 Tournaments Open Series, so make sure you get involved. Another way that you can get involved is by joining the conversation online, not just in the Twitch chat. Come on, we want to hear you on Twitter as well, so make sure you use the mention at EA FIFA Esports and use that hashtag as well, FGS21. We want to hear from you. Let us know your thoughts. What do you think about outfits? What do you think about analysis? What do you think of the gameplay? Let us know everything, Mike. We want to hear from people.
Outfits and analysis. I'll take that. Or analyzing outfits. This is going to be a new one. I guess you can let us know what you think. We got pretty classic. We've got the Adidas track jacket on. I don't know where we're going with this. We got just a light overage. But yes, please let us know what's happening. Maybe even more so about the FIFA world, especially considering this is the last qualifier regional from this event, or regional from this region, excuse me.
Yes, definitely. So make sure you join that conversation right there. There's plenty of stuff coming up your way, plenty of fun, action-packed stuff for you to watch here on the Twitch as well. And one of those is the FIFA face-off. We're getting so close to it. 6 days until the first day on the 19th of March. And let's throw it to a short video which tells you all about it.
Hey, what up, Zway? Long time no see, brother. Hey, how's it going, my man? Hey, listen up, bro. Are you ready for the FIFA face-off or what? Castro, it is going to be sick. But right now, we got to reveal our FIFA contestant from the community. Hey, man, listen. They have no idea that they've been selected. I'm about to add them to the call. Hey, yo, Zway, this is a face of a shell-shocked man, brother.
Yo, I'm mind blown.
Congrats, man. You're joining the team.
It's 3 a.m. right now. My heart's beating so fast.
Hey, man, don't even worry about it, brother. Listen, on your team, you're going to have a FIFA Pro and Celebrity to win you some money from $25,000.
I'm just speechless. Just thank you so much.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Catch Dave and his team on March 19th in action on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA.
Wow, I mean, I cannot wait for it. Mike LaBelle, imagine you just sat in your bedroom. He said it was 3 in the morning, Ishvaram right there. And then you turn on, you think you're in a meeting. They've been told, let's come on. We need to talk to you about something. And all of a sudden, Zway and Castro turn up on the screen.
I was going to say there was definitely some prep work there. He looked dressed to impressed. Hair was done. I'll tell you right now, as someone that's coming from the gaming space, if you don't give me a heads up, the best you're getting is probably a hat. You've been here. You've seen the rehearsal look. It doesn't look like this. No. If I'm off camera, it's looking different. Hair is down. It's a mess.
I cannot wait to see that. The 19th and 26th of March. Yes, 6 days until that does kick off, the FIFA face-off. So make sure you join us for that. As I said, Mike LaBelle, there's plenty of events coming up. There's so much content that's happening. And one of those is the E-Libertadores. Yes, the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. It's a very, very exciting tournament for all of our South American competitors. Yes, it's the best of the best going head to head. And we can see right now just how much it means to them.
competición es única, sin precedentes, sin rival. Fútbol en estado puro. Rivalidades que dividen países y los unen. Es algo que está en la sangre de cada persona en toda Sudamérica. Una competición como ninguna. Aquí se llevan los colores con orgullo. Es importante ser uno mismo. Es importante creer. Pero lo que de verdad importa es ganar. Este juego tiene el poder de cambiarte la vida para siempre. Esta es tu oportunidad de representar a tu país. ¿Crees que tienes lo que hay que tener? Juguemos.
Make sure you join us for the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. You might see a familiar face as well. Yes, I'm going to be there the 15th, 16th and 17th of March on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. Make sure you join us for that one. Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, all united by the same passion. I've been told it's the Champions League of South America, all right? So make sure you join us for that one. Now, Mike LaBelle, let's jump back to this qualifier. It's qualifier number 3 for the Oceania region. The last qualifier in this region. They're all hoping to improve on their positions to hopefully get to playoffs. So I call it the business end of the season, but it could be the nervous end of the season as well, Mike.
Well, it's also a good time to solidify your position. As you're looking at the way that this works, we have double elimination, of course, with a winner and a loser bracket. The big takeaway is that if you go undefeated up to the grand final, it makes it where whoever is going to be your opponent from the loser's bracket has to beat you twice. They have to force a reset. So that's the major takeaway. But I feel with most of these guys, they're kind of locked in. And if anything, this is more so to let the other competitors know that you're a threat. You're definitely in form, because I'd much rather be peaking later on in the season as opposed to getting off to a very great beginning, a good start, and then starting to unfortunately have a negative, regression or a negative trajectory. If that goes together, I don't know if you're having a trajectory, if you're going downward spiral, a slippery slope.
Wow, trigonometry, is that what that is? That's not your one. You didn't major in that, did you, Mike?
I didn't do well. Is that math, arithmetic? Where are we going?
You majored in FIFA, though, and that is all that matters right there. We can have a look at our leaderboard for the Oceania region. This is how things currently stand. This is how things currently look in this region on the PS4. Marcus Gomes, yes, Gomes. He is in the lead with 648 Global Series ranking points. Then Nayla is just behind him with 630. Greek Freak, Mark 11, DW Dillon, Nazir, Marco Jazz, Dylan Gomes, and Sippy FC all lie behind them. That is the top 10 right there. And Mike, you can see just how close it is, especially from 6 all the way to 1. I'm guessing if some of these competitors that are here today have a great tournament, it could completely change.
Well, it's possible to have some movement, and that's kind of what's important. Even though I was saying, hey, a lot of these guys are pretty household names, and I feel that quite a few of them have solidified their position, which I still stand by. There are other players that are present, even though we've seen them as, like I said, very recognizable faces in the community. Can have a shift, can have a bit of interchangeability, which is super important for them, obviously, because this is kind of their last chance. There isn't anything after this. In terms of the traditional competitive ecosystem, if you're not able to reach playoffs.
Right, let's have a look at our brackets for the tournament right here. We can start with our winners bracket. This is how things currently look before any of the action has unfolded. MoAwed taking on Mark 11 in that first matchup. You might remember Mo from Marcus Gomes' win when he ran in, gave him a kiss on the cheek. Will we see the reverse happen when Mo takes place? If he wins the tournament, who knows? And then also we've got Nayla taking on DW Dillon. Dillon looks grown up. From the first time we saw him, he looks like a completely changed man. They are both in those semi-finals right there, hoping to make their way through to the winners' final, hoping to make their way through to the grand final as well. We can have a look at our losers bracket, the remaining competitors. This is where they sit. If they lose, they go out, they go home, they turn the console off. If they they win, they progress through. MCFC Mike J taking on Greek Freak. And then, as you can see, Ben Carter taking on A Nazir. Summer Cup Series Oceania winner finds himself in that losers bracket right there. All of that action will unfold in front of us. And Mike LaBelle, when we are looking at this, when we're looking at these competitors, it's that losers bracket where you're thinking, oh, the last opportunity, the last qualifier. If you go out in that first round, you're going to be absolutely heartbroken.
Well, especially depending who it is, because we have a couple guys there that need the run. A couple others that have probably solidified their position. In this case in particular with A Nazir, if you recall, of course, he won the first event from this region to start the year. Then he had personal reasons and took off from the second event. So we didn't see him in action at all at the previous regional, and now he's back for the third regional. I'd even go as far as saying out of the losers bracket, he still might be an early favorite, just because from everything we've seen to close out the FIFA 20 competitive year, and then to start this year, he has looked on fire. And then in the upper bracket, we're seeing some of the household names, the matchups that we've seen on repeat with the likes of Dillon taking on Nayla. That's been a matchup that has been present, and you're going to have a very defensive player versus a very attacking player, and it's kind of the battle of styles that clash.
It is indeed. Let's have a look at today's schedule. We've talked about all those competitors going head-to-head. These are the times you can find the games. 10:10 Central European Time. MoAwed taking on Mark 11 in that winners bracket semi-final number 1. And then 10:11, it's Nayla taking on DW Dillon. 10:12 will be our winners bracket final. The winners of both of those first matchups going head-to-head. And then we drop down into our losers bracket round number 1. MCFC Mike J taking on Greek Freak, and then it will be at 2:10 Central European Time. Ben Carter taking on A Nazir in that losers bracket round 1, and then we will round everything off with our post show. We'll get the breakdown board out. We'll be talking about all of the action, and Mike, more importantly, we won't be talking about clean sheets.
Oh, we better not be. I don't want to have that discussion. I think the only player that we have in the competition that's really defensive is probably Dillon. Dillon's been one of the few competitors throughout any of the regions that has been able to win with clean sheets or see out 1-0, 2-0 type of victories. It's just a very difficult game to do that regardless of formation choices and so forth and so on. But no clean sheets and maybe limited 5 at the back usage. We could hope.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? I think we will maybe see it a little bit, but if they're winning and they've got 5 at the back, I do not mind. I'm not going to say anything negative about them. If you got to do what it takes to win, Mike, at the end of the day.
I'm not here to discredit how you get your W's. Not in the competitive world. I might pass a little bit of judgment throughout the weekend league, a little bit. But when you're looking at the win-or-go-home approach, your livelihood, you're looking for sponsors, partners, your own personal legacy, you got to see out matches.
Now, the first matchup I just want to quickly want to talk about. MoAwed taking on Mark 11. Mark 11 is someone that we've seen quite a lot of, Mike LaBelle. We know that he's been limited in the time that he's allowed to play on FIFA 21 while he gets his studies done right there. And he's coming up against someone in MoAwed who we've not really seen this season, have we?
Yeah, Mo's been kind of someone that's always been talked about, especially considering that there's that alignment or partnership or friendship with Marcus Gomes. And then with Mark, I don't know if it's a disadvantage that he's not playing as much FIFA. Sometimes you need a refresher and you're very excited to kind of grind the game. If you're like, what are you guys talking about? So basically, from a school perspective, Mark's not allowed to play, I think, Monday through Thursday. It's something like that. He's on some sort of schedule set when he can grind the game and when he can't. So he comes alive for the weekends. But I think that even can work to your advantage to a certain degree sometimes. To just have a couple days off, maybe not 4 days off, but it's worked out for him. We keep talking about Mark. We see him constantly on display, and he's one of those young players that have really made a name for themselves in this FIFA in particular.
And as long as he's performing on the weekends, he's allowed to play. It's weekend right now. That is all that matters. Now, it's not just expert analysis. It's not just looking absolutely fly in our outfits as well. You can actually learn something at these events. So let's throw it to a masterclass. Yes, a FIFA 21 masterclass by MCFC Mike J.
Hello, my name is Mike Jamison. I'm a professional FIFA player for Melbourne City, and welcome to my masterclass. In this masterclass, I'm going to give you 3 players under 200k for your ultimate team. My first recommendation is going to be a defender, and it's going to be Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker is a very versatile defender, being able to play right back and also centre back. He's tall, strong, and fast, and provides great links to other meta players such as Nick Pope, Joe Gomez, and Joao Cancelo. My second recommendation is a midfielder, and it's going to be Gold Pogba. Pogba is tall and strong, making him a great presence in any midfield. He's also great in both boxes, providing goals and also clutch defensive tackles. He's also French and from the Premier League, which makes it very easy to link him into your ultimate team. My last recommendation is going to be an attacker, and it's Alan Saint-Maximin. Alan Saint-Maximin's informed card is very small and agile, and also has a great eye for goal. He's French and from the Premier League, which makes it very easy to link into all ultimate teams.
MCFC Mike J there with his masterclass, picking all of his players under 200k right there. Now, it's nice that the average, let's say, and I use that word lightly, FIFA player, that's what we want. We want to know these things, Mike LaBelle. You're constantly putting out this content which can help players improve, help everyone within the community improve as well. And we do have to remember, yes, it is competitive players playing here, but the majority of people playing FIFA, they can't afford your team of the year. They can't afford all of these. So you need to be looking at this. So, you know, Saint-Maximin, Pogba, Kyle Walker, that's the type of players you want.
Yeah, I heard them he was describing Kyle Walker, tall, strong, fast, and I just had you messaging me saying, yep, I agree, completely on board with that. This man is spitting facts, and Mike J sounds like he's going to be a DJ, right? It's like, who's coming up next on the turntables? We got Mike J. Let's get it. But no, it plays a huge factor. I consider a lot of the content I'm putting out there is I almost am like a thrift store in terms of trying to get the right buys at the right price points or just good value. I want to get good return on players that I invest in, whether it's an SBC, it's something off the market. I want to get a good rating in exchange for what I think is fair, and I don't want to get too bought into sometimes the hype. I think that plays a big factor almost in life right now, I would say. If there's a lot of hype around a certain foot item, then, of course, the price skyrockets, and now we're sitting here paying a premium in terms of our investment because everybody's talking about a guy versus maybe the output that you're actually getting on the virtual pitch.
Just like this one right here. Yeah, team of the... Oh, that one there as well. Both of them. Anyway, let's move on. We are minutes away from our first matchup right here. So let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation. They will be taking us through all of the action on days 1 and 2 of the Oceania Qualifier number 3. It's time for predictions. We've got to be quick. The players are ready. So Treaders, I just need a name. Who's going to win?
Mark.
Oh, I like it. Very quick. Nate, who are you going for?
Mark 11.
Mark, okay, full name. It's like he's in trouble. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
11 Mark.
Oh, and I'm going for MoAwed, so completely different from you guys right there. Nate, Treaders, we're moments away from kicking all of the action off at the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3. It's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders to take you through the weekend's action. It is the third and final qualifier. We have the returning Mark 11, the wonder kid, if you like, who has taken the region by storm, versus Treaders, the veteran MoAwed.
MoAwed, the king, returns. We've seen him utilizing his narrow 4-1-2-on-2, no back passes allowed in the E-League, our national competition, and now finally we're getting to witness the greatness that is MoAwed on the world stage.
Well, a run he had to get here as well. He did in fact beat Marcus Gomes, his friend, housemate. We've talked about it already, how he was there to celebrate Marcus' great achievement in qualifier number 2. See you later. Unfortunately, for this one, Goatmers, it's Mo's time in number 3. And Treaders, he's doing it with a Road to Glory squad. No coins, or rather, no FIFA points spent. You know what I'm getting at? No money in, maximum results out. It is so impressive.
It's just absurd to see the quality of play that is enabled by Mo's tactics and just his ability to make the most of the foot items that he has in his team. It's something that we saw in our previous event in East Asia with Akmal. It was just brilliant to watch, and I think Mo is going to be taking a leaf out of his book, even though it's, in Mo's opinion, it'll definitely be the book of Mo. But the style of play being very aggressive, get as many chances and opportunities as you can get, and don't worry too much about defensively, try and outscore your opponent.
There is so much FIFA esports taking place from around the world. We can't get enough, but if you did miss it last weekend, as mentioned, not just a newcomer to the scene, if you like, but a competitor doing it with a team underrated. You had the likes of Son being the leading goal scorer. In fact, in that tournament, Son scored more goals than any other competitor in the tournament. It was wild. Who has Mo got? Who can he utilize to take on the big guns? And as for Mark 11, what an opportunity he has, of course, been here in a qualifier before, only limited, if you like, to playing FIFA during Fridays and the weekends. But I mentioned it earlier, Treaders. I'll say it once more. How incredible is it to see Mark 11 here yet again? There's a reason he is 4th in Oceania.
And just time and time again, he brings that consistent style of play. I think once you've learned the game of FIFA 21 with no gameplay patches coming for a while since early January, it just becomes a game of refreshing yourself mentally.
Here in Oceania, regional qualifier number 3, it is, to kick things off, 2 undefeated competitors in the winner bracket. Semi-final number 1, MoAwed versus Mark 11. Mo with a good early opportunity, shot taken off balance. No worries for Mark 11. MoAwed, having competed for Melbourne Victory in the E-League. He is being coached by the man you can see just behind him, Sarge FIFA, who has been a competitor, made big events, got big results before, and of course, was Mo's teammate during their E-League Premiership success in 2019. Mark 11 with the free kick. Taken short. We'll go through the foot items, have a look at formations as we go along. But to reiterate, both competitors, as of yet, undefeated through the qualifying stage to get through to broadcast, meaning if they do happen to stumble here, they'll have another opportunity to progress through the losers bracket. Mark 11 on the attack, on the right foot, good save. And Mo and Sarge liked that one. Mark takes his short corner nice and quickly into the area. Defender in the way. And in fact, back off the attacker. Good early defending, repelling the attacks of Mark 11.
Quite an action-packed start from Mark 11, getting 2 quality attacking opportunities early on through his direct 4-4-2 with 2 defensive mid style of play, looking out wide, not trying to take on too many individual battles, and MoAwed jumping in every now and again for a manual challenge. But the 4-2-3-1 pulled out by Mo at the moment, not seeing the narrow, no back passes strategy implemented at this stage. And Mark, he hasn't really switched away from the 4-4-2 with 2 defensive mids for a while. And when you have less time to practice your game, why not stick to what's worked for you in the past?
Shot straight at the keeper. It is again Mark 11 with the opportunity. But Mo, through a combination of good defending and good goalkeeping, keeping things at 0-0, as is the case. The standard with FIFA esports, these are best of 2-leg affairs, meaning back-to-back 90-minute games with extra time and penalties on hand if required. certainly the competitors will be hoping we don't head down that path. Mark 11 holding the ball with Hulleton, Mini Hullet, rather, being utilised. That, of course, is Curtis Jones. As much as these competitors would like to have the best of the best of the best, there are squad requirements involved, meaning the Hullet-Vieira partnership of so many FIFAs past can't be utilised as that player is offside. A moment of nerves for Mark 11, and Mo showing his variety of attack, whipping in that early cross.
And you won't see too many competitors brave enough to utilize the crossing, considering that it's both manual headers and as well as the fact that crossing just isn't nearly as effective. Nice bit of player lock there. Well, it would have been nice if it had come off for Mark 11. I just love to see it utilized because of the way it allows you to control your attack and create so much space off the ball. I love off-ball movement in FIFA 21, and player locks is one of the best ways to go about creating that space.
Mo again with good defending this time, stepping up with his centre-back. A big fan of Volland. We've said he does like that 4-1-2-1-2, certainly the Mo of the past, if you like. A good move inside, but the low strike past the far post. He's mixed it up during the season. 4-2-3-1 narrow, flat 4-4-2, the dreaded 5-3-2. He has shown an unerring dedication to getting the best out of his squad. There's a reason he has so many fans, not just doing it on the big stage, knocking out the best from Oceania, but doing it with a squad comparable to many, if not slightly worse than those elite caliber competitors from the same region. Bruno Fernandes forward to Neymar. Mark 11 squad oozes quality. Renato Sanchez forward again. Look at that from Mo. Player switching where needed, trying to force Mark out wide, back and across. Mbappe heel to heel. Ronaldo in the area. It's bobbling around a little bit. Nice and calm from MoAwed. Happy just to get that clear not long before halftime.
And just those individual battles, but that's not what you want. One of those costly giveaways or giveaways that can prove so costly. And the marshalling from Mark will have to be expert, and it is not. But he gets away with one with the shot from Mo blazing wide.
He's had 2 or 3 of those. Early Mo will try and keep calm with Sarge by his side. No point wondering what may have been. Particularly in FIFA 21, goal-scoring opportunities are plentiful. There's always a chance for more. This is Mo just holding up to get the last attack. But Mark 11 with a player in the way. Mo gets it straight back. MoAwed block. And he's still going forward, is Mo. What is this? Players falling over. Free kick, sir. Half time, sir. 3 bags full. And we'll take a well-earned break with some smiles from competitors and coaches alike.
Worrying early signs there from Mark. Playing quite well when he gets up out of his back third, but getting that ball into his final third is going to be the challenge for him. He cannot afford to continue giving those nervy back passes away because, as we've seen in the past couple of possessions, Mo taking nearly full advantage, getting into some really good areas, but just unable to find those finishing touches. I imagine as legs draw on, and if you give Mo or any competitor more than enough opportunities to score those kind of goals or give them the ball in those kind of areas, you'll find yourself with plenty of goals. And I think Mark will be receiving word from his coach, from Andy, to cut that out, to settle himself down and get back to what he's good at, which is playing through the wings and taking on players individually.
It stays at 0-0. Sonaldo off, Neymar on. The argument taking place a lot on Twitch, on social media. How good exactly could Mark 11 be if he was given more hours in the week to grind FIFA 21? The argument being maybe having a break and staying fresh is part of the reason he's been so successful, just switching on for Weekend League, for qualifiers, and so on. And he's certainly been a standout, breakout name. Remember back to the first qualifier, and quite a few spectators wondering where their favourites and big names were. They were soon to learn that if it's not quite the changing of the guard, the process is being undertaken. You need look no further than the likes of the class of Footwiz Jamie, unable to make a qualifier this season. Again, his ability as good as it's ever been, but the pack has risen, and Mark 11 rising to the big occasion. Mbappe with the unerring finish, and he gets the first goal of this third qualifier.
And the simplest of scoop turns to create that space for Mark 11, just so patient in his build-up for a change. Pressed high, won the ball back, and then punished Mo for jumping in, picking the wrong direction. And Mbappe on his 4-star weak foot does the damage.
It won't bother Mo that often. Ever since his competitive debut, he's been more of a goal scorer than an elite defender by his own admission. That shot towards the near post, but straight at Edison. He's been happy to have matches best defined as shootouts. You can score 5, I'll score 6, indeed. The very scoreline that occurred during that clash with Marcus Gomes. So 1-0 down. Won't seem like a big task whatsoever, I'm sure. Wayne Rooney. The big finesse, are you kidding me, MoAwed? Right on cue. The scorer of plentiful goals. The scorer of great goals. Wayne Rooney on the finesse. And that's the class of MoAwed.
Expect the unexpected when MoAwed's at the controller. No other competitor at the moment is taking on that shot. Mo sees the space, and who else but Wayne Rooney for him? On the edge of the box, hitting that finesse like something we'd see back in FIFA 19, back in FIFA 20, from ages past. And Mo capitalizing on the space given to him and fighting right back into this contest.
Don't worry about FIFA 19. That's FIFA 10 material right there. The long shot king, Wayne Rooney, winding back the years. MoAwed winding back a few less into the area, left foot, and again past that far post. That is at least 3 now for Mo, where he might feel he's deserved better for his forays into the penalty area.
And it's not a bad outcome for either competitor. As we go back to referring to FIFA like a chess game, we'll see Mark, whether he decides to adjust to those shots that haven't been effective so far, but eventually one of those might find their way into the back of the net. We're seeing Rashford time and time again on his left foot, not paying off for Mo at the moment. But later on, that might not be the case if Mark continues giving him that space.
This first leg is flying by. Mark 11 with some much needed, possession to settle. Sanchez forward, almost finds the player. It comes back to him now. Mark 11, what a chance. And he does not miss. Cannot miss from there. Neymar Jr. with the 80th minute goal. And it's Mark with the 2-1 advantage.
And unfortunately, sometimes you'll find that all it takes is a bit of a rebound. When you're so locked in, it can take you out of it. And Mark capitalizing on the pass that rebounded back to his player. In those situations as a competitor, it's so hard to maintain that focus and indeed continue keeping those foot items in their correct positions and not rush out and make a challenge. But the challenge now for Mo is to keep his head, forget about that goal, and focus on what he does best, which is scoring goals up the other end. He's having opportunities time and time again, and he seems willing to play the high-risk, high-reward game at the moment.
He might have been tempted to take that earlier, but Mark 11 with the extra pass for the clearer cut chance. And has the lead here in this first leg. Delafeu on for Cuadrado. Jones off for Mo, who needs some goals. Doesn't, to be quite frank, need them right now. A second leg to come, but we'll feel Treaders on the balance of play that he should be ending this 90 minutes with more than just the one.
And we're seeing him get into good areas time and time again, and that's all you can really ask for in both FIFA and in football. Give yourself an opportunity to score those goals, and eventually you'll find that they start falling for you. Maybe not at the start of this first leg, but potentially in the second leg. That pass, not the one that Mo was looking for, leaving Mark with plenty of time to hunt for the final attack. But Mo won't be too disheartened by his start here. But if it turns out that those opportunities continue to not fall for him, we'll be looking back and saying, you know what? That was actually excellent defending by Mark 11, considering he forced Rashford time and time again onto his weaker left foot.
I feel that we've seen enough goals scored, even from very acute angles, that you start to expect them to go in. But you're quite right, Treaders. It's all about playing the percentages, and Mark 11 trying to cap off his excellent first leg with a third. He's unable to do so, but will surely take the 2-1 advantage. The competitors will have a quick little break and come back for leg 2. If you're enjoying the action, and I sincerely hope you are here in Oceania Qualifier number 3, the good news is there's a chance for you, just like the competitors, to win, albeit in a slightly different way. If you're looking for a headset, you're playing a bit of FIFA, you're getting your esports on, your grinding weekend league, there's an opportunity for you through Turtle Beach to win a headset. We're going to get that little reveal up for you. There you go. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Be sure to follow them on Twitter at Turtle Beach and stay tuned for a unique hashtag you can tweet for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset pictured there on your screen. Back here, we've had one leg of many more to come today. Treaders, it's not always the business end of competition, but being in that winner's bracket, you simply don't want to lose.
And the winner of this game takes you straight into the top 3, and that can be so crucial, particularly for Mark 11, who's really on that hunt for those top 5 spots. I know we have top 8, but there's a couple of other competitions that might end up affecting things, so those top 5 spots even more crucial than ever before, not just for seeding as we look towards the playoffs. And this goal, a little bit unfortunate. Mo getting caught out by a rebound, and then Mark 11, with the patience and the composure of a veteran, is able to make the most of the opportunity, gifted back to him. It's incredible to watch Mo go about his work time and time again, going nice and direct, but Mark 11 clinging onto that 2-1 advantage at the moment.
You mentioned that composure from Mark 11 of all the different facets of his game. Is that the most impressive aspect for you, Treaders, that a gentleman so young could show the composure, the calm of a seasoned veteran?
I think it's also, composure's perfect. He just doesn't get unfazed. He doesn't get phased by anything that seems to transpire unless it's a last-minute winner for him. Throughout the game, he just seems calm, composed. It's just a game, I can push through this. And he seems to just have that veteran confidence that's underpinning his overall FIFA ability, and I imagine we'll see that grow more and more as we see FIFA years and FIFA cycles go by.
If you are new to FIFA esports, it is wonderful to have you joining us in the chat, on the broadcast from wherever you're watching around the world. But it might seem a bit strange. Why are they talking about these people like they're people? Just talk about the game, all right? It's all about the players on the pitch. No, no, no. These are as close to athletes as you will get in the esports world. They are able to display characteristics, qualities, character that your traditional athletes will have and use and excel in. It is part of the fundamental package that separates the elite tier from the rest. After leg one, it was Mark 11 up 2-1 against MoAwed. We'll see if there's an early twist in this tale. Can Mark 11 use that renowned composure, or will MoAwed use his varied experience from the competitions he's competed in all around the world? Far side, St. Maximin, who at least a variant of that full item recommended by Mike J in the earlier masterclass. Again, regardless of your budget, there's always a way to get full items that we define as meta that can improve the quality of your team. Well read there from Mo, and that's the early driven pass forward. You can see him looking to move that ball quickly, but his attacker not in position, or the pass overhit, a combination of the two. Once again, players exactly where Mo would like them. We saw him using the flat 4-4-2, the standard 4-4-2, giving him balance and control all around the pitch. You'll see him don his Melbourne Victory kit. He is doing a bit of work for them when it comes to the A-League as well. A bit of digital arena pre-game for Melbourne Victory fans and members to enjoy. No doubt those very fans that have seen him succeed in the E-League, that have been watching him on Twitch, will be barracking for him right now.
Arguably, well, inarguably the best activation we've seen so far from an E-League team and an A-League team in that FIFA space. But Mo's playstyle so direct, so entertaining to watch. It's unquestionable that he'll grow fans the more he competes and the more he plays. He's just such an entertaining guy to watch as well, with a good sense of humor as well. We're just going to keep on loving Mo. But why not, when he's such a veteran of the scene and in deserve of so much love?
When you consider the fact that today he was participating, if I'm not mistaken, in an FFA Cup clash, that being the domestic cup competition. We're talking traditional football here. He's gone out and run around for close to 90 minutes. Now he's doing it in FIFA esports. Lovely passing move from his opponent, though. You see there, Mo standing off. Unfortunately for Mo, leaves that man onside. And Mark 11, after some beautiful passing, able to apply the finish.
And just moving left to right, just traditional football principles applied to the virtual pitch. And time again, you see that move going left to right, running up the wing, cutting it back to your defensive mid. And the pass up the middle will open up. And if you get stood off, well, you'll find yourself in goal scoring, in a very good goal scoring position.
Can see Mo having a look at the 4-3-1-2. He is not one to die wondering, so to speak. He is happy to be the aggressor, to attack. He doesn't see the need in the current game state for any defensive mids, for any wide midfielders. It's time, hopefully, for the fans of this form of the game, some vintage MoAwed 1-2 tiki-taka passing.
And one of the most important things, I think, about the current FIFA 21 meta is having 5-foot items that can really take part as a striker in your team. if you go with any less than 5, you'll find that your attacks break down because of the way that you need to flow in your build-up and have players running forward and overlapping. So for Mo, that player will be Bruno Fernandes, looking to really get in behind and assist with that attack. As a through pass, a little bit aimless from Mark, but why not take a crack when you're 3-1 up? Try and take advantage of the space left in behind by Mo with his 4-3-1-2.
It might look a little cheap from Mark 11, but precisely what he's doing there is testing to see if Mo's switched on. There will be gaps in that defensive midfield area. That back four will get a bit spread out without any cover. Mark 11 quite right to at least give it a little test. MoAwed, ball bobbling around. Keeper does well enough to punch that clear. Mo quickly with the corner. It is cleared out of there. The frenetic play not done just yet. MoAwed cut back, defender in the way off the attacker. Keeper gets it clear. And Mark 11 with some good hustling defense.
I think maybe Mo a little bit surprised to see that ball end up at his attacker's feet after all that. Unable to power up the shot in time. One of those that it either goes in or it doesn't. And unfortunately for Mo, in that situation, the luck not quite on his side. But promising time and time again for Mo, getting the ball into really good areas to create goal-scoring opportunities. And Mark being caught on his heels, but still only that Wayne Rooney wonder strike to speak of for Mo, but maybe that's all about to change. But the byline back pass, not quite the correct option with the current state of FIFA 21.
He has defended deeply, but he has defended extremely well. Mark 11, the unsexy, if I'm allowed to say that, part of FIFA esports. People don't want to talk about it, talk about the goals. We do our goals of the day, but defending equally as important. And these youngsters rising up, they've been brought up with a certain iteration of the game, used to that defending style. People of my vintage, it was all tactical versus legacy defending until that decision was made for us. As the first half of the second leg comes to an end, it is 3-1, and Mark 11 not far away now from tasting success and getting himself through to the biggest game that you'll see today.
And credit to Mark, he knows what options he needs to defend with full intensity, and he knows which passes he can let sail through safely. And the way he's really gone about managing this game, again, it's just so composed. He's well and truly beyond his years in the way he goes about competing. And yet, Mo, with a frenetic style, he can change the match in an instant. But Mark, time and time again, just seems to have his items in the right position, right place, right time, and that's how you know things are flowing for a competitor. And indeed, that manual header from Mark just off target, unfortunately. But the build-up, the counter-attacking play was fluid and sublime and deserved a finish that just wasn't quite there.
Straight down the other end we go. Goals for and goals against don't matter any more than the match result themselves. Driven pass across the face again, not going anywhere. Ball being held up in the corner. I was going to say surely Mark 11 not looking to wind down the clock just yet. He's just making sure he keeps possession of the ball. 1-0 in the second leg. That makes it 3-1 on aggregate. And the smarts, the intelligence of Mark 11 here to not rush his attack. There is plenty of room in the central of midfield to hold on to possession. It's going to draw players out, and then he can strike. Unless Mo's up to task with his defending. He is on that occasion. Here we go, end to end for the final third of the contest. Lovely through ball. Just overhit, or maybe the attacker not quite quick enough. Edison collects, and there's the patented Edison long throw. Overload here of numbers, but the pass needed to be played just that little bit earlier. And as Mo gets this game end to end, it is more to his style, more to his liking. He has the overlapping fullback now. Cuadrado inside. Ronaldo, that ball goes nowhere. Mark 11 gives it straight back, gets it straight back, gives it away again. This is exactly what Mo wants. Jones looks ahead. There is not a lot doing. Is forced to go wide. Neymar back into trouble. Cancelo in the way. Mark 11 with a perfect through ball down the line as Mo's defenders now back into position.
Mo not quite making the right reads, which allows for Mark to retain possession of the ball. That player in behind and in an offside position. But a little bit of worrying signs for Mark if he wants to go all the way in the competition, particularly if a Neza, Greek Freak, Mike J, those kinds of competitors who are absolutely ruthless, they will not be letting him get away with those kind of mistakes. But for Mark, he needs a single W to really secure that top 5 positioning. And with the way things stand currently, he seems more than on the way to securing that.
MoAwed with the runner. Times that a little late, to be fair to Mark. It's good defending. Bring the player up. Get the attackers offside. Mo comes again, though. Ronaldo does not keep a hold of that ball. James in the way. James gets it back. And James gets it out of there. Just 20 in-game minutes remaining. Mo, once again, stopped by Mark 11, who cannot pass forward. The tackle comes shot. Collected easily by Edison. Melbourne victory, I've been told, taking yet another L in the A-League. Maybe those Melbourne Victory fans are done with that. And they're here to barrack their competitor who is facing the exact same scoreline. In FIFA eSports, MoAwed scored a stunner with Wayne Rooney, but unable to get past the excellent defending. He brings out the keeper who takes out the player, Neuer, in a Melbourne Victory jersey. A sight to see, but for Mark 11, the chance to seal it. He switches to Fernandez, and it's straight down the middle. MoAwed doesn't move. Neuer doesn't move. The scoreline doesn't move. 3-1. Mo keeping himself in this contest, but only just. Neuer's there again. That foot item coming up clutch when Mo dearly needs it. What a ball, by the way, forward. Keeper in no man's land. MoAwed makes it 3-2. Victory fans, perhaps your saviour is here. Don't worry about watching those rubbish players get around Neymar in a victory kit. 3-2 on aggregate, and this tie has plenty of life left.
And space is being left time and time again by Mark, and the inability to hold onto that ball to close out the contest, coming back to bite him dearly. Mark, will he be able to get out of his final third this time? Not quite. Mo gets the ball back, and 8 minutes in-game remaining before we see extra time. That pass overhit, resulting in a goal kick. Mark able to breathe a sigh of relief. And we'll just tick down the clock a little bit and settle into full game management mode. But not if Mo has anything to say about it.
He has so often in the past. Has he got it in the lockout again? MoAwed. It is all players back here for Mark. And again, the custom tactics well set up. And the defensive reads largely excellent. But he'll need to do it for a few minutes more. MoAwed gifting it back, exactly what he could not afford. Mark 11. Is it going to be towards the goal or towards the corner? I think you know. Maybe looking for a pass back down the line. Mo gives it back to him. It is crazy stuff here to end our first game of the day, this winner bracket semi-final number 1. Mark 11 just wants possession. He'll run it all the way back to the keeper if he needs to. Instead, he goes down the line. Mark 11, 1 minute remaining. Surely he has done enough here. Ball out of play, ball back into the hands. And MoAwed has fought so hard. We tick on. MoAwed down the line. There's players inside. He's looking for the right option. There was a player at the back stick. He went near. And I think Mark's reaction tells you everything. A wonderful opener here in the Oceania Qualifier number 3. MoAwed attacking well, pushing well at the end. But the class of Mark 11 early and then excellent late defending Treaders. Good enough to see him through.
Oh, let's just all take a quick breath. That was some intense, nervy FIFA esport gameplay. Both competitors with real opportunities to not only go in front early on, but also to close out to really seal the game. Mark breathing the total sigh of relief at the end, but Mo still not out of the contest yet. We'll see him tomorrow in the losers bracket, and Mark secures his top 5 position.
Congratulations, Mark 11. The young man from Australia goes from strength to strength. This victory is his. And to break down that victory, we'll throw it back now to Kyle and Mike.
Treaders, thank you so much for that right there. Mark 11 makes his way through to that winners bracket final. Mike LaBelle, let's break this one down right here. Qualifier number 3 for the Oceania region. Mark 11 comes out on top. We talk so much about the fact that he's not allowed to play FIFA Monday to Thursday, but here he is on a Saturday and he's winning games. What does it matter if he's not playing in the week?
Well, I talked about it earlier, and it still comes down to ability. But once you get to a certain point of FIFA, it's about staying fresh, staying focused, and really working on the small intricacies of your game. You don't need to learn the meta anymore. You've got that figured out. It's just about being able to close out games, being able to have the composure, and then adding to your game, and then working on the areas that you see room for minor improvement. Because we're dealing with very small skill margins. You see that opener for Mo, just a beautiful finesse shot. I know that both Nate and Treaders definitely had something to say about it. If you're watching at home, you don't see nearly as many finesse shots as you would like. And from outside the box, especially in FIFA 21 competitive play, everybody's trying to work it in. And it's all about finding the sure thing, the 100% chance. You see the layoff there that allows Mark to push onward and really give himself a competitive advantage. But set up nicely in the second leg. This is kind of a key moment here that would have wrapped the game. Not quite. And Mo was able to battle back. Unfortunately for Mo, we didn't really see after he gets this second goal, he wasn't able to get on the ball anymore. And I think got to give a lot of credit to Mark, even being as young as he is, that he was able to kill off a game. Game management is so important at the competitive level.
Now, as you can see, the final score, 3-2 for Mark 11. He makes his way through to that winners bracket final. 9 shots, 8 on target. MoAwed had 10 shots, 6 of those on target. Mike, ultimately, what was the difference between these two competitors? Why did Mark 11 come out on top?
Getting off to a good start plays a major factor. I felt that Mo kind of got himself back into the game. He was battling. You could argue for either side that there were some unlucky moments. Maybe something should have been converted. And then I would say at the end as well with Mo in particular, I think he could have done a better job maybe with some of the pressure play, but it really came to starting slow and then having to make a comeback. You're not guaranteed to do that. We always showcase our weekend leagues, and every time we make a great comeback, and the reality is, as you get up against the better oppositions, the elite level players, the top 100, the pros that we're seeing this on display now, they don't have to give that back to you. You're not necessarily going to get a second and a third and a fourth chance. And I felt that Mark did the most with playing a pretty good initial 45 or maybe even initial 90 minutes.
Right, let's have a look at our winners bracket. Mark 11 does make his way through to that winners bracket final after beating MoAwed 3-2. He will wait to find out his opponent. The winner of our next matchup, Nayla, taking on DW Dillon. Right there, the two of those will go head-to-head. And Mike, do you think Mark 11 has got something now that he's got to improve on? Because these two competitors, they're very experienced and we know what they are capable of doing.
Mark, from an actual capability standpoint, is there. He's at the top level, especially in this region. What he's been missing out on is getting to a final, winning a final, obviously. And that champion's pedigree is only really built up through repetition and then that mentality. Is this the tournament for him? Potentially, because we've also had to see him battle through the loser's bracket, which is a much harder route. You run out of some mental endurance, the ball doesn't bounce your way, and before you know it, you're out of the tournament, and that's a wrap. And we say, hey, you played well, but we're not going to see you maybe in the finals, or we're not going to see you, of course, winning a final. I really think with Mark, it's going to come down to mentality, and that's going to be the biggest difference for him, because from an actual ability standpoint on the virtual pitch, what he can do, skill moves, decision making, even what he showcased in terms of being able to see out matches, he's there. But there's only going to be one winner.
Our next winners bracket semi-final is coming up your way. Yes, Nayla taking on DW Dillon. Make sure you stick around. Make sure you stay with us. It's the third qualifier in the Oceania region, the FIFA 21 Global Series. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Forget about surfers and kangaroos between March the 13th and 14th. Let's watch some FIFA. The last qualifier of the Oceania region is going to be rad. Stakes are high, and everybody wants to take their last chance to get Global Series points so they can catch the playoffs wave. A Caesar and Marcus Gomes won the first 2 events, but the show is not over. The best players in the region want to snatch the crown for the last qualifier. Stay with us for the best analysis. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go! FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 3 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the 3rd qualifier of the Oceania region. And as was just said right there, forget about the surfers, forget about the kangaroos. We're not putting any shrimp on the barbie right now. We've got the best FIFA 21 action coming your way over the next couple of days. Yes, 8 competitors going head to head, all hoping to be crowned the 3rd champion of the qualifying stage here in Oceania. We've got Mike LaBelle joining us as well. And Mike, we are forgetting about the kangaroos, we're forgetting about the surfers. Anything else we can forget about with Australia?
Did you just say shrimp on a Barbie? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, have you not heard that?
I have not heard that saying. What does that mean? Shrimp on a Barbie.
On the barbecue. On the barbecue,
I
Mike.
like that. Okay, shrimp on the Barbie. That's a good slang. I haven't added that in. I don't want to speak on what's happening in Australia, by the way. I don't know well enough, but apparently we're not surfing and we're not hanging out with kangaroos.
Because that's all they do. We'll speak to Nate and Treaders about that a little bit later on. We can confirm if they've seen any kangaroos anytime recently. Let's get back to the FIFA 21 action, though. We've got our second semi-final coming up very, very shortly. Nayla taking on DW Dillon. And Mike, I want to focus on those 2 players. DW Dillon in particular. We've seen him. We know what he did at the Summer Cup Series. But he's had time to grow. He's had time to develop right now. And I feel like this season, it could be a massive one for him.
No doubt about it. He's definitely been right there. In fact, with Dillon in particular, I'd say that he's pretty disappointed in the last event. To be in the final, to have a couple chances to win the final because he went through undefeated. And also because he could see out the game and he wasn't able to quite do so. I don't want to say fell apart. I don't feel like that's fair for him, but he's definitely probably learned from that and been able to use that as not only an experience that he doesn't want to repeat, but it helps from the maturity standpoint in terms of really becoming that ruthless competitor within the FIFA ecosystem.
Now, he does play for Dire Wolves. He's born in 2003. He's from Australia. Favourite formation, 4-2-3-1. Favourite club? Well, there's only one club that you can support, really, isn't there? Manchester City. And his first FIFA title was FIFA 16. He does take on Nayla in this one. Nayla, Mike, another competitor. We know what he's capable of. We've seen him at some of these events before. And he is in the winner's bracket side of things. So he'll be hoping to go through and put a stamp on this season and show everybody else what he's capable of.
No doubt about it, and both these guys have complete contradicting styles, at least from what we've seen. Nayla would prefer more of a high-scoring affair, and I also think that plays into his favor in comparison to going up against Dillon. Dillon is very good at controlling games. He's been very defensive in many regards. He's efficient in front of goal in a lot of 1v1s, and whether it sounds like a cliche, at the end of the day, defense also wins championships. It's always going to allow you to be very competitive.
It does indeed. These two go head to head. They are in the winner's bracket side of things, and it is double elimination. So that means the loser, they're not out of the competition right now. So going back to our previous matchup, MoAwed, he's not out. He drops down into that loser's bracket. We'll see him on day 2, but that's when the nerves start to crank up just a little bit, Mike, isn't it?
Well, in particularly in Mo's case, where he has to have the points. I haven't got into a mathematical equation we touched on at the start of the show. I'm not great at that. If you want a foot equation, I'm going to tell you all about different FIFA players and how they equate to having certain values, characteristics, and traits. In FIFA, I can do that off the top, but mathematically, I don't know how far he needs to go in order to get himself into that playoff position. I would say it's safe to say that he might have to win the event because we didn't see him in action in the first or the second regional.
Right, we are moving closer and closer towards the game. I think we can bring in Nate and Treaders to confirm or deny if it's true about the surfers, the kangaroos, the shrimp on the barbie. Nate, you're shaking your head. Why do you not like that?
Come on, man. It's 2021. Have we not grown past these cliches like Crocodile Dundee things and whatnot from 20 years ago? Yeah, we're sort of like suburbs. There's no kangaroos just hopping around, but you only need to go 30 minutes to an hour away to find some if that's what you really want.
I mean, I've got to fly 24 hours to find some, so you're much closer to me. And we only say shrimp on the barbie. I'm saying it because I'm so jealous, because as I look out of my window right now, it's raining, it's grey, it's miserable in Manchester. If I went outside to put anything on a barbecue, the barbecue wouldn't even be lit because it's that cold right here. Right, let's get into predictions for this one. Nate, I'm going to start with you because Treaders, he's going to be biased, let's be honest, all right? DW Dillon taking on Nayla in this one. Who have you got?
Yeah, two, again, young guns of the competition. I'm going to go with Nayla. When they last played, Dillon frustrated Nayla a huge amount. You could tell that through their body language, just through the webcam broadcast. I'm sure Nayla, a very quietly spoken young man, has gone away, reflected, and find out what he needs to do to achieve victory.
And Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
Oh, you're mixing up the order. I'm going to disagree. I think that we're going to see a repeat here, that Dillon's going to frustrate him once again and be able to take the result.
I'm going for DW Dillon as well on this one. He'll make his way through to that winner's bracket final. Treaders, who are you going for? Tell me.
I'll sit out on this one. I think it's quite obvious who I'll go for.
I like that. Remain on the fence. Don't actually say it so people can't accuse you of anything. Right, our second semi-final is coming your way. Nate and Treaders, you guys take it away.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I'm sure, Treaders, no one's going to say a single thing from this point. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders. We jest, as Treaders being a coach of the Direwolves, who Dillon is representing. But I want to talk a little bit about Nayla. Treaders, you look at these two young gentlemen, one's 17, one's 18, at similar-ish stages of their career. They've even had a similar sort of journey to get here. But Dillon, all about that grind, if you like, always posting, streaming, doing stuff like that. Nayla has got to be one of the most chill, lovely competitors of the region. Doesn't really post much, doesn't do much. What he does in private. Do you think that's been a large part of his success to get to this stage, staying low-key, staying out of the limelight, if you will, despite being the second best competitor in Oceania?
I think it's allowed him to take the pressure off himself. He doesn't seem to be impacted by any kind of expectations, being his first competitive season that he's really gone for it. So I think those kind of expectations that potentially a competitor like Dillon might feel totally not on Nayla at the moment.
It should be an intriguing battle, a close battle. It is second versus fifth in Oceania. That's what happens when you hit up the winner bracket here in semi-final number 2. Nayla and Direwolves Dillon. They have met prior. Dillon, as I mentioned, frustrating Nayla, who was goals everywhere, and then got dried up, if you like. Dillon preferring the 4-2-3-1 style of play, the meta of FIFA esports past. Nayla, happy to mix it up, can use that formation, can go the 4-2-2-2, the flat 4-4-2. There is a huge goal-scoring threat, Treaders, from game start to game finish.
And the start will be both competitors really going to match each other with their style, particularly with the way that Dillon will be looking to control from the get-go. Kulusevski, a little bit of an icon for his club, considering that FIFA E Club run that featured Nayla taking on Dillon and JMK King alongside Marco for Atlantide. A giveaway early there from Nayla. Maybe feeling a little bit of pressure, but I'm sure it's just a little bit of rustiness playing against the high stakes, the high intensity gameplay that we see so often from Dillon and indeed in FIFA esports.
You saw before what we like to refer to as the stop and prop from Dillon. It's where you simply don't input anything onto the controller. A fortuitous touch to get past the defender. The goalkeeper rushes out, but cannot stop it. Dillon, I think that reaction says it all, knows he's a little lucky to take the early lead, but the lead is his. 1-0 very early on in this first leg.
And patience paying off a little bit, and fortune favouring the brave time and time again. Get that ball into good areas, and you'll find that it pays off. Nayla will feel a little bit hard done by, but unfortunately, those real early mistakes can cost you. But he knows he has the firepower to get well and truly back into the game and indeed get a result out of this one.
You may have seen the graphic appear a little earlier. The inform CR7 making his debut for Dillon's side. He was questioning whether to upgrade him or Neymar, and it is the standard vanilla gold Neymar that gets the goal. He might be feeling that is an early good decision. Nayla's team, nothing less. Saint Maximin out on the far side. Little ball roll and then ball rebounding out to Kulusevski. Jones forward to that CR7 inform foot item. We highly doubt, Treaders, if anything truly can be forecasted, that this match will go dramatically to one side. Nayla and Dillon, barring that E-Club World Cup success, yet to taste individual championship glory and both very hungry for a major title here in FIFA 21.
100%. The difference between the individual and those team titles could not be more stark, considering how much you have to rely on teammates to get results. So many variables involved in that, whereas the pressure from an individual game can just really pile up, particularly when you're coming up against a competitor like Nayla or Dillon across the two-legged affair. Pretty standard flow to proceedings at the moment. Dillon looking to control, Nayla trying to go a little bit more direct than usual. That's a lovely ball roll, and that should open up a heap of space for Dillon in behind if he's able to continue to move the ball forward.
Nayla defending very well indeed, forcing Dillon wide, then back. But Dillon comes again. There is Neymar to Ronaldo. Gets past his man. Keeper down well. You feel so sorry for Nayla, to be quite frank. The rebound straight back at Nayla once again. Dillon's reaction says it all. I'll take my luck when I can get it, and that makes it 2-0.
And when things are falling for you, they just seem to continue to fall. Dillon's build-up deserving at least an opportunity, but the opportunity went begging with the goalkeeper's save. But fortunately for him, the result is what he desired. Unfortunately for Nayla, he has to block it from his memory and go back to what he does best and hit Dillon with that firepower that he does have at his disposal with the individual skill moves. But Dillon, utilizing the space well, utilizing the width well at the moment, cuts it back, and it's 3-0 already, 37 minutes gone. And that, the cleanest goal of the lot, but probably a product of the pressure applied early by those two lucky rebound goals.
And that is the hat-trick for Neymar within 38 minutes of this first leg. Dillon utilizing the Direwolves crest alongside the kit that you can get in-game. Wonderful to see that esports orgs of our region, Direwolves, FootWiz, getting the love as they truly should. FootWiz competitor, of course, coming up a little later. Nayla down 3-0. Mbappe surging forward, gets it onto the right foot, and that's what we want to see. The instant response. Mbappe scything through the middle. Look at that, to get past the left back, to get it onto the right foot, and to make it 3-1.
And with Nayla, you know the game's never truly over until that final whistle goes. No matter the scoreline, he's able to create opportunities seemingly out of thin air because of how good he is with both that left stick and the right stick at controlling player runs, at his close control. Arguably the best in the region at that. But yet time and time again, we'll see Dillon happy to give up those individual opportunities in favor of a more team-based defensive style.
If you want goals, you've come to the right region. You've come to the right event. All shots on target. Dillon with 3 to the good. Nayla making sure he knows He lets everyone know that it is game on. The 4-2-3-1 narrow, matched in kind. Sometimes, Shredders, that can result in a bit of a stalemate, but at the moment, those systems being well worked out by both competitors.
And when you know your passing patterns and your opposition's passing patterns, it can so many times become so stale when you're in attack. But that is not the case at the moment, thankfully for us as a spectator. And that right back covered up by Dillon's player camera. I think the way that he's going forward at the moment, a little bit forced, a little bit rushed, probably a product of still adjusting to the pace of the game and adjusting to Nayla's aggressive defensive style. And yet Nayla seemingly growing and growing in the way he's going about his attack, growing in patience at the very least.
Good defending from Dillon. Out to his go-to for item, Kulusevski. Ronaldo to Neymar. Tries to play it in behind, but Walker. Again, a variant brought to you by Mike J. That masterclass completely on point. Dillon searching for goal number 4. He has this player out. You know who it is. Kulusevski needs support. We'll have to hold it up and bring it back to a defensive mid. That's what he should have done. Tried to go forward. Nayla with the read. Bruno with the interception. And Nayla can get a bit of possession of his own.
Again, as previously mentioned, just a little bit rushed there in possession, trying to force the attacks that aren't quite there. And that really plays into Nayla's hands because he likes to play that more open game as he backs himself to win those individual battles. At that time, Dillon up to the individual task, shepherding that St. Max into a corner. And now more possession play for Dillon, whose close control has been very good so far. Those ball rolls and left stick turns have been incredibly crisp, to say the least. But that passing play still with a little bit to be desired in the final third especially.
He's got a player far side. He finds him. It's Mbappe. Nayla able to cover in time. Dillon to hold things up a moment. It's still in a good area. Can he find the space? The green tile gives you your answer. Neymar with 4 of the lot from Dire Wolves Dillon.
Wow, what a strike. The green time, along with the passing play, the pick of the lot so far in this matchup, at least. I think that Wayne Rooney goal will undoubtedly take goal of the day so far. But still, the build-up, the composure to wait, and Nayla left a bit of a passenger in his own final third as Dill cut apart his defense. And now Nayla with more and more work to do, just growing every time he turns that ball over, it seems.
And as Nayla searches for more goals, or rather, multiple goals, he will leave more gaps at the back. It's only natural. The question is, how late do you leave it? With a second leg still to come, there's plenty of time. Schmeichel tidying up there. But at 4-1, we've always said, always maintained that a 3-goal margin isn't too much in FIFA 21. When you get to that 4 goals or more, it is rare, if ever, we see a comeback at this level.
And now Dillon doing well to, he was doing well to control the game, but that giveaway straight in the middle, not the one that he'd need, but those defensive reads are something that will serve him well going forward into future FIFAs, let alone the current match at hand. Gets those fullbacks or centre backs well advanced and seemingly has a response for every attack Nayla has at the moment. And with how limited your options are as an attacker to take on players individually, your best option is to go back to that passing play. That's why we see the 4-3-1-2 being utilized more, even the 5-3-2, because of the options that it gives you out wide. With the 4-2-3-1 going a little bit out of vogue, but not for Dillon at the moment.
He's certainly making it work. If the criticism has been, it's been hard to score with it. He's given us 4 reasons why that's simply not the case. Nayla is keeping it to 4-1. We'll be desperately hoping he can get one back before the end of the first leg. Otherwise, Treaders, that gap in between games might result in a different formation and strategy indeed.
I reckon Nayla would be a competitor who would really benefit from going into maybe a narrower formation with some highly aggressive fullbacks. I think it will just give him that little bit of extra space that he requires to execute his skill chains and to make the most of his abilities. But for him, he knows his defensive strategy in the 4-2-3-1 is so imperative to him getting results. But being 3 goals down, it becomes a matter of do or go into the losers bracket. And I think going into that second leg, we'll see him potentially make some changes, considering that Dillon seems to be reading most of the attacking threats. Such is his mastery of the 4-2-3-1.
It is one of the untold benefits, unspoken benefits. The formation for Dillon, it's been something talked about a lot. We've said, Mike may have even said directly, one of the more defensive competitors, but by not needing to change his default formation, he's been able to work off the progress he's had in FIFA 19 and particularly FIFA 20. Well, here in FIFA 21, after making the grand final of qualifier number 2, he is off to exactly the start he would have liked. Treaders, he got the bounce of the ball going his way, of course, but we're always going to say it. You've got to get into that position in the first place to get those opportunities.
And with particularly that second goal, that stands out as an opportunity that probably should be going in, bar an incredible save from Schmeichel. This first one, probably more fortunate with that. Reece James, a little bit unfortunate not to make that tackle. But you need to get that ball into those areas, and you see how much space Nayla is affording Dillon, which allows him to get in behind, break the defensive line time and time again. And Dillon is doing really well when he gets in behind and breaks those lines to find those final passes in the final third. The comeback was on for a little bit for Nayla, though, with this beautiful running fake shot, La Croqueta cancel combo. But then Dillon really snuffed it out and started to assert his dominance and showed what he can do. Roulette into a green time shot. That's about as good a goal as you'll see from the man, and doesn't he know it?
I think he does, indeed. I'm sure we've all had those moments of our own. If you're watching along on the broadcast, whether it's a green time, a long-range shot, or something that just tickles your fancy, and you're like, I'll take a bit of that. In fact, I'm going to record that and put it all over Twitter and social media. It is Dillon with a class goal to make it 4-1. From a Nayla point of view here, Treaders, we mentioned, of course, double elimination. You get the chance here in the winner's bracket, but he can go again. He doesn't want to think about that just at the minute. He's got a second leg to try and take care of business, but where does he make those changes?
It has to be on the formation side of things for me. I think Dillon just knows the 4-2-3-1 way too well to even think about going up against him in the same formation. He knows what passing lanes you're looking for. He knows exactly what you're going to do before you do it. And for Nayla, with his strength being in taking on players individually and winning those battles, he needs to be switching to a formation that allows him to do that better. And I think, as I mentioned previously, a 4-3-1-2, a 4-1-2-1-2 would suit him quite well. Even the 4-4-2 to an extent. But I think with the current state of the game, the narrow is your best bet, because of those overlapping runs through the middle that you get. particularly how much it frees up your strikers and allows you to keep a player back behind the ball, disrupting the counter-attack.
These competitors, of course, have gone through these scenarios before here in Oceania, Australia, and New Zealand. When you get to this higher echelon, this higher level, you face the same competitors again and again and again throughout the season. These two doing it again in qualifier number 3. Nayla will have thought of some counters beforehand to the 4-2-3-1. Should he, unfortunately, find himself in this very scenario, we look forward to finding out which formation he employs. Does he maybe come out with a bit more of a press as well? Treaders, he seemed quite happy to jockey for as long as possible, to drop back for as long as possible in this second leg of the winner bracket semi-final number 2. We look forward to seeing what Nayla can do. He is 1-4 down, but he is number 2 in Oceania for a reason. James falling to the floor from the tackle. Early nervy moment for DW Dillon. But Nayla, that's exactly the type of intent and attacking play we want to see him utilize in this second leg.
No repeat of the mistake made against that game in Marcus Gomes, passing straight to him from an offside goal kick, but still turning the ball over there. Nayla coming out with quite a lot of intensity early on and doing really well to create the space. And Nayla early on the fight back, creating opportunities. La Croqueta cancel, and the goal just so clean. The turns, dodging tackles left and right, and finishing with aplomb.
We knew he wasn't going to wait around. Number 2 in the region for a reason. What a goal from Nayla. We've spoken previously about his pro club's background. It does enable competitors to get a feel of 1v1 play, or maybe 1v a few, as you take your 1 pro, practice your skill moves, look for your positioning, and break down your opponent. Nayla transferring that to foot. It's easy to say, Treaders, that's how he's done it, but it's the implementation and the quality of how he's doing it that has him being heralded by competitors and fans, not just in Oceania, but from around the world.
And the issue you see for a number of pro clubs, competitors making the switch to FIFA Ultimate Team is the challenge of defense, because if you're an attacker in pro clubs or even a defender, you don't have to worry about player switching. And in foot, that is such an imperative part of your gameplay. But now Dillon, opportunity, utilizing that fake shot that we saw Akmal use so many times to such brilliant effect, particularly with Sonny. But the attack comes to nothing. Nayla seems really switched on at the moment, just judging by that player lock and the fact that he was able to make it work for him. I think it's good signs for Nayla early, particularly going forward. He seems to be playing a lot more direct and playing with a bit more aggression, which, as you and I and any close watcher of the FIFA competitive scene know, that's when he plays at his best.
It's also just what we prefer, to be quite frank. It is sensational to watch when you're in the very much dwindling years of your FIFA ability. You appreciate quality when you see it. We've seen it a lot from Nayla, but Dillon getting the space and time with you-know-who. It's a 5-star performance from Neymar, and Dillon gets his margin of victory back.
And the goals from Dillon are just so well worked. Essentially textbook. If you were to write a book about how to attack in the 4-2-3-1, I think most of these goals from Dillon, particularly after the first 2, would be smack bang in the middle of it, just waiting for players to commit to the wrong areas, and then Dillon is able to capitalize on it. And Nayla left, as previously mentioned, as a bit of a passenger when Dillon really gets his offensive flow going. So different to the way we saw both of these competitors play when they previously matched up. That player played on side by the left back, and indeed another goal there. 6-2. And Dillon running rampant. Nayla left with it all to do.
He does get a different foot item on the scoreboard. If nothing else, Mbappe now contributing. And you understand, of course, the game situation, I'm sure. Nayla still using the 4-2-3-1, but a little more rash with his decision-making. It got him that early goal through CR7. But now in defense, he is not jockeying, not sitting deep, not waiting. He is trying to be the aggressor, the disruptor, bringing up centre-backs, bringing up full-backs. And I know a few of you won't like me talking about it, but it is the simple matter of fact. Errors at the back leads to gaps at the back, leads to more opportunities for your opponent, and the quality of Dillon means he will not miss out on those opportunities. It is 6-2, the first half of this second leg.
And in a game that is all about risk versus reward and percentages, it's just not worth it taking that risk with your centre back unless there is more than enough time to get bodies back and recover. Some competitors can utilize it to full effect, but it's simply just not best practice. And if you're wondering what best practice is, it's just what works best if you're to do it just absolutely at its most basic level. It might not always work, but it will give you the highest percentage for success. Just like that through ball straight in behind. Dembele, plenty of space. And a bicycle kick off the rebound. Edison punches CR7 in the face in anger after the bicycle. And Nayla fight back. The direct play pays off for him yet again.
Let the man get up and celebrate. CR7, delighted with his acrobatic effort. Get down. Stay on the floor. All right. Nayla skips whatever that was. The good news for him is that it's 6-3 on aggregate. What a through ball to get that play started. And again, it's good to see, if you want to use that word luck, the luck start to be evened up somewhat. A goal similar to what Dillon scored early on. Nayla would say, one more, please, and would truly be level. He is on the attack once more. A few minutes remaining before the halftime break. Fernandez looking for the pass forward, but Dillon, crucially, making the defensive read before the pass could be played.
And in all honesty, as much as luck is involved in that, there is just no options for a competitor when they get to that byline, which is quite different to what we see in real life football, considering that a lot of cutbacks can take place. But we go to the half, 6-3 advantage for Direwolves Dillon. Nayla still fighting his way back, playing more direct than he was. But no major changes to formation, just in mentality so far.
One half to get those gettable 3 goals. You can disagree, you can agree. Let us know in the chat on Twitter and so on what you believe is a margin where you just sort of give up. Maybe you've had it in Weekend League. You're trying to squeeze in your 30 games. You might get to a particular scoreline and you're like, you know what, that's me done. Next one, please. Obviously, at this high level, competitors not going out without a fight. Nayla has come back from this margin before in qualifiers past. He needs to do it here if he would like to progress from this winner bracket. Semi-final number 2 from DW Dillon's perspective. Is it more of the same game plan? Maybe more ball retention? He has been Treaders, one of the more nervy competitors, in no bigger occasion greater than that grand final in qualifier number 2, with 2, 3, 4 chances to win. Only, to be quite frank, choke Marcus Gomes in that qualifier number 2 the resultant champion. Nayla doesn't give you a chance to reply because he is replying to the question at point. It's Mbappe again. It's 6-4 on aggregate, and Dillon's mentality about to be tested.
And just straight forward from Nayla, the formation switch to the 4-1-2-1-2 or the 4-3-1-2, getting that narrow formation going. And the interplay between the strikers, keeping Dillon's defenders at bay and allowing Nayla to just go to work. The press will be on from Nayla, press on possession loss, and also just general pressure will be a little bit higher than it was before, which means there will be more gaps for Dillon to attack if he's up to the task. But I think, as you mentioned previously, we'll see Dillon opt for a more ball retention heavy play style as he looks to close this game out. What I'm more thinking about in terms of his nerves, mental state, we'll see how big of a role that E-Club World Cup victory has played on his ability to stay calm and composed. I was talking to Footwiz Dan about those kind of results, and he says that it can really just unlock a player getting that big of a result and unleash them on the competitive scene, act as a bit of a seal breaker to unleash their full competitive potential. But finding out if he has really broken that seal is still a fair way off, and he will first needs to beat off Nayla in this match.
(6-4) on aggregate. Dillon already retreating a little deeper into his own defensive third. One of those players was Vieira, tracking back in midfield. There's a ball out there to the top. He has the vision to see what we see, but the ability to pull it off. Kulusevski cutback, gets it back, and then perhaps overplaying it. He had the angle with the left, wanted the clearer cut chance, but Nayla says, "Thank you very much for making that extra pass. I'll tidy up, get this ball back, and try to go again." St. Max running into trouble, holding out Bruno, and then the overhit pass. We'll see that out ball again with that left back for Nayla, Theo, overlapping big time. It is the risk he needs to take at 2 goals down. He has a player of his own down the near touchline, not seen. The tackle not resulting in a penalty. Clean enough. Edison gets it away, and that is the passing range of Edison on full display. In turn, Vieira's ball not nearly as good.
So crisp is Edison's passing ability. Just like Dillon's ability to read Nayla's next move at the moment. And the press from Nayla so aggressive that anytime Dillon looks to go forward, it seems that Nayla already has more than half his team up the other end of the field. As he continues looking forward, tries to hold the ball up. And that is well baited there by Dill once again. Kulusevski unable to win that header down. But yet, as seems to be the story of the game, Nayla wins that ball back high up, and then once he tries to enter the final third, Dillon has an army of bodies back behind the ball.
I do see a hashtag Team Dill here and there in the Twitch chat. He's looking for goal number 7. Kulusevski, one more ball, one more goal, and it is 7th heaven for DW Dillon. Mbappe in the 77th minute, and that has likely iced this very exciting contest here in the winner bracket semi-final number 2. Nayla will go back to the drawing board one final time as he yet again seeks 3 goals to restore parity.
And the stakes that are riding on this game are still so high for Dillon, considering that a win in this one will see him secure that top 5 spot along with Mark and Nayla, who have secured it so far. Still yet to find out who will join them in that spot. Marcus will be watching on a little bit nervously as these competitors go about their business. But time and time again, Dillon finding players in space. He just knows that formation so well. A real student of the game. And it's a joy to watch him go about his work. But the press from Nayla will continue to ask questions of Dillon all the way to the final whistle.
Nayla may well think, maybe I should have started with this approach in leg 1, the second leg at 3-3. So more than holding his own here, as you would expect from a competitor of his ability and ranking. But Dillon enjoying the possession, enjoying the space in behind. Kulusevski once more gets it back. Mbappe, and there's no need to risk a pass with the time ticking down. Maybe overplays that a little bit, is fortuitous to get the corner. He'll take it short and watch those seconds tick on down.
And game management, the key word here. But if you try to be too fancy with your game management, you can find that your opponent wins that ball back high up with their team press activated, constant pressure. But Dillon seems to be holding out quite well at the moment, using the full width of the pitch, which is a real secret to good game management. Still looking to score additional goals rather than hold it up in the corner. Maybe feeling that this match more than over already, but still not in Nayla's eyes so far.
He goes again, Nayla. We've seen him score some truly special goals. Dare I say, Ozilla worthy. But in this contest, he's done his best. Dillon one more time down the line. James with the touch. Player taken out. Final whistle blown. DW Dillon once again frustrating Nayla in a big qualifying game. Treaders, a bit of deja vu. History repeating himself, but a much better showing from Nayla in that second leg.
Just played with a little bit more intensity going forward, as well as in the defensive third. Just need to, with his play style, and particularly against Dillon, you need to do your absolute utmost to disrupt the way that Dillon plays. Credit to Dillon, though, survived the onslaught, survived the attacking firepower of Nayla, and secures that top 5 spot as well as a spot in the winners bracket final.
Nayla will be back, don't worry. I know his legion of fans will be a little sore, hurting at the moment. That's the benefit of being in the winners bracket. He'll be back, but for Dillon, the good times continue. He is through to a tantalizing encounter against Mark 11. From myself, Nate, and Treaders, that's that for that game. But to break down those wonderful goals from both competitors, we throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Yes, DW Dillon makes his way through to that winners bracket final where he will take on Mark 11. Mike LaBelle, what did you make of that one? Nayla, he just couldn't get going in that first matchup.
I mean, it's tough to recover from a slow start. You got to give a lot of credit to Dillon. He was able to score a lot of goals. And most importantly here, we saw a very high-scoring affair for the neutral. You had to have a good time watching this game. Both competitors went for it. And we've seen throughout past FIFA history that some of the Dillon matches have been a little boring. I don't think he'd have a problem saying that. They've been a little more low-scoring. There hasn't been nearly as much action, and he's really out-controlled his opposition as opposed to having so many breaks, a lot of space to utilize the space well. You see Mbappe running, looking, relatively simple ball roll, opens up the angle. Thank you very much. Neymar never missed anything from that type of scenario. And Dillon did a really good job. He really won this matchup in the first leg, where he put it where Naylor had to chase. And when he had chances, he was able to convert. You see some cancellations into the roulette and a time finish. You got to love that. You got to support it. You got to appreciate it.
You do indeed. And look at Dillon's face right there. He knows himself. You can see the ooh as that goal went in. And Dillon continued to dominate, but it was Nayla who was pushing back and back, making it closer and closer. But Dillon, he shut up shop. He managed to find more space, managed to find more goals, and kept that gap quite healthy. But Mike, at times, Nayla, he did look like he was troubling Dillon.
Well, if we got Naylor second leg in the first leg, we'd have a different story. I'm not saying that he would have won the matchup, but it would have been closer. He might have been able to overturn what was happening. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the 2 legs of matchups, taking your chances, and being able to maximize what you got going. A lot of guys we've seen over the course of different regions and different qualifiers that they're slow starters, and it really puts you in a position where you're just not in an advantageous role anymore. And you've got to chase. And like I said, that's all fine and dandy, but what if you don't get that perfect second leg? What if the ball doesn't bounce your way? What if you're not able to really force a comeback or make somebody uncomfortable? And it's been a reoccurring theme, truly, with the competitive season. Even before we got into all these regionals and everything shifted online, in person, there's a lot of competitors that are known to start slow and to build into tournaments. And it's just difficult to do. And that's been a theme with Naylor as well, is that he's had to chase back in multiple games over multiple now qualifiers through the Oceania different regionals, and in this case it's going to put him down to the losers bracket, and Dillon continues to show his form.
He does indeed. We can see there 9 shots, 8 of those on target for Dillon, scoring 7 goals. He makes his way through to that winners bracket final, and something, Mike, that Treaders said was, with a win, he now secures himself in that top 5 in the region. His confidence, it's going to be off the camera. It's going to be off the charts. It's going to be right up here. He secured top 5 in the region. He can go into this and he can just play his game full of confidence.
And that's maybe why you saw some of the emotions, some of those celebrations. All the competitors know what's necessary, what's needed, if it's possible, if mathematically it makes sense, if it doesn't. And Dillon also scored a couple of really pretty goals, just as a lightweight reminder. Hey, hold on. You said defensive player. Look at these skill moves. Let me give you a 1-2. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Dillon. I feel like I ruined that. I hope that you know the reference, but that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I might have butchered that one. I apologize at home for all the rap fans. My bad.
Wow. Yeah, you did. But we move on. We will allow it. We will allow it, all right, because our winners bracket final is coming up very, very shortly. And Mike, we feel old at times. Let's be honest. There's the new guard, the old guard, and then there's us. And these two, Mark 11 and DW Dillon, they fit right into the new guard of this region of FIFA esports. And I don't know about you, but I just feel old now.
Well, we've seen it within FIFA esports as it's been developing. More and more teenagers having tons of success and being ready right here, right now. I had this conversation actually at dinner. Of course, these are the types of conversations I've had at dinner. I had this conversation at dinner last week, and I was saying, man, it's wild in esports. The guys, I think, are ready to win events across the board. Not even if we're just talking FIFA here. At 16, at 17, at 18 years old, there isn't this mental hurdle or challenge the way that you thought there would be. A lot of the guys are prepared mentally. They're free flow, for lack of a better word. They're cracked. They're focused. They're dedicated. They don't have any outside distractions, and they're really able to hone in on their craft.
We'll stick to the dinners, all right? We'll let them win the tournaments. We'll stick to going for our grown-up adult dinners right there. Now, the winners bracket final is coming up very, very shortly. Yes, Mark 11 taking on DW Dillon. Make sure you stay exactly where you are. That'll be coming up after this short break.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 3 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the third qualifier, the final qualifier of the Oceania region. My name is Kyle Walker, and for the next 2 days, we will be finding our champion of this third qualifier. We've got our winners bracket final coming up for you very, very shortly. Breaking it down, as usual, is Mike LaBelle, all the way in NYC, New York City. Mike, what a way to start your morning. It's still quite early in New York, but when you're seeing goals, when you're seeing FIFA 21 action, when you're seeing DW Dillon taking on Mark 11, what a way to open your eyes. What a way to start the day.
I'm feeling revitalized. This is better than a cold shower to start off your morning. We're seeing goals galore, back and forth action, end-to-end stuff, both, especially considering both legs too. Sometimes you see a very slow leg, and that just hasn't been the situation. It sounds so funny saying that. There's a slow leg or a fast leg, or no, but seriously, between the two different matchups, sometimes you have an opening leg where the players are feeling each other out, and it ends up being much more defensive or a little more cagey, and we really haven't witnessed that yet today. I hope that I'm not doing the classic curse of a commentator.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it's not going to happen. The final is coming up very, very shortly. And Mike, you've seen these two young players going head to head. We know that the styles might differ at times, but we can see lots of goals with them as well. They're both very, very good FIFA players.
Both efficient, and I am a little bit on the fence in terms of what kind of matchup we're going to see here, because though Mark has been able to score a lot of goals over the course of these qualifiers, it typically sits pretty deep with his back line, which is a little more of a passive approach. Like Dylan is very comfortable, confident, even composed with a lot of his build-up play, takes his time, can be methodical, even though we did see some of those skill moves in some of the intricacies and just the creative play in that last game. But I wouldn't say that's part of his standardized DNA if you're looking at analyzing FIFA gameplay. So the point that I'm trying to make with a lot of words here is that these two guys might cancel each other out, where it ends up being a battle in the midfield of who can kind of unlock a little bit of space.
A tactical game of FIFA 21. Hopefully, we'll see that unfold in front of our eyes. Now, if you guys are watching this one, if you're enjoying the FIFA 21 Global Series, do remember there's plenty more action to come as we make our way towards the FIFA E-World Cup. It's not just the competitive action side of things, though. Oh, no, there's people from our community getting involved as well. Yes, we're bringing celebrities, influencers, pro players, and members of our community together with the FIFA Face-Off. Remember, this is happening on March 19th, March 26th, and do not miss the FIFA Global Series Face-Off. Members of the FIFA community will team up with FIFA pros and celebrities for a chance to compete for a $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be an incredible event for absolutely everyone involved, and for more information, go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off, and you can watch it at twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. Now, Mike, back to the action here. Our winners bracket finals coming up shortly. DW Dillon taking on Mark 11. Simple question: is this the future of the Oceania region FIFA esports? These two players.
I don't know if I'm ready to back that or make that claim. These guys are kind of here now. They've kind of already arrived. But I don't know if next year we're going to be talking about the next Dylan. We're going to have Dylan Jr. And then we're saying he's the future. Or we have Mark's cousin, Big Mark, big little Mark. I don't know. I can't say. We see so many competitors come and go. There's certain guys that are there for many years or multiple years. But it's a kind of a hot, cold, I guess, scenario when you're looking into getting into the competitive FIFA scene, because it is so many players and you aren't guaranteed. This is competition. You aren't guaranteed to keep your placement from the previous year. I mean, MoAwed was a good example, world champion, and he didn't follow that up with a year that was anywhere near that run and level of consistency. And part of that just came down to probably the gameplay. The one game was much more attacking, a little more free flow. That was something that worked well for him. Then the next year, it was a little more defensive. And he wasn't able to adjust in the same way. Was he still great? Was he still good? Was he still somebody talked about? Of course. But was he world champion pedigree? Did he have that status? Did he have that claim? Was he reaching for titles? No. And you might not get another chance to be there. It's only one guy.
Well, let's see if both of these will make their way through this season, but then also next year as well. Let's bring Nate and Treaders into the conversation. Nate, I've got a question. Has Mark got a cousin called Big Little Mark, as Mike LaBelle said? Do you know that?
Mark Jr. or whatever we're going with down this line. He's young enough to have a huge career ahead of him. It's just, honestly, my heart just swells with pride watching these young guns come through, obviously having been there since the very start of the modern FIFA esports. If you like, you had your pioneers of the scene like Marcus Gomes and Marco, just to name a couple. And now you have the likes of Dillon, Mark 11, Nayla coming through. It gives me hope and optimism that we'll see success coming through this region for many years to come.
Yes, indeed. We know how big this region is. We know some of the names that have come from this region. And here we are at the third qualifier, all roads leading towards playoffs and then the FIFA World Cup. Let's get into some predictions for our winners bracket final. Treaders, I'm going to start with you. I know you work closely with DW Dillon, but Mark 11, you've got to respect just how good of a player he is.
100%. Mark has just a hustle about his gameplay. He adapts and adjusts to the game no matter what it throws at him. He's improved so much in his defense as well. I think that's been the key spot where he's improved. He's always been quite good offensively, but the way he's gone about getting better defensively, I remember first event, his player switching was not nearly as crisp or even on a pro player level, but now he's looking totally at home, player switching, totally locked in, and he's picked up a lot of composure along the way.
Right, predictions, Treaders. I'm starting with you. Who is taking it? I just need a name.
I'll sit this one out again, but I'll be Dillon.
Right, Nate, who are you going for?
I'm going to go with Mark 11.
Oh, and Mike LaBelle?
I don't like this sitting on the fence, hanging out, being part of the reserves. Who started this trend? For what? They used to agree, then they started disagreeing with each other, and now we don't even get a vote from Treaders. Treaders just, yeah. I'm just sitting. So I'm going to show my age again. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. But we're going the other direction. I think Dillon's going to be in the final. I know that you like that, Kyle. We're just ruining all the history of rappers and artists in groups today.
Any young people, Mark Wahlberg, that's who that is right there. Right, I'm not sitting on the fence. I'm going to bring this closer because the camera's quite zoomed in like Treaders is. I'm going to go with, Mark 11? Oh, that's a tough one. Nate, Treaders, I'll let you guys mull this one over. It's over to you.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. We welcome FIFA esports fans, young and old, to the broadcast. If you don't get every reference, don't worry. I'm sure Treaders will have a one for your younger generation coming up. My name's Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders to take you through this winner bracket final. Mark 11 and DW Dillon, two young guns. Not just youthful Treaders, they truly are up there, as the rankings suggest, with the greatest players in our region at present, and maybe starting to become some of the most talented we've ever seen.
And that's kind of the burden they have to carry. And just for a moment, if we could take a step back to our broader region, this is without even mentioning the competitor who's lurking in the loser bracket in Nazir, and that's who the loser of this game will most likely, not ruling out Ben Carter or any of those competitors down there, but based on form, Nazir will just be hunting, just waiting his opportunity to really shine in this tournament. But the standard just for our region in particular just seems to lift time and time again every time we see these competitors play.
The winner bracket final, Mark 11 with the 3-2 very close victory, not just in scoreline. Over MoAwed, DW Dillon, a little more flattering 7-4 over Nayla. The winner progresses through to Championship Sunday, where they have a seat and a big advantage in that grand final. The chat was split when I asked you during the break. Seems the panel similarly so. Mark 11 was through, but it will be brought back after the ball was won back. A free kick just outside the area. It's green timed. And Dillon expecting that. The man back on the line. Neymar tries to go forward. Dillon defends again. A good little mini barrage of attacks from Mark 11.
And straight from the kickoff, Mark showing that propensity to get forward early, get aggressive with his attack, get numbers forward directly off the initial kickoff. And these two competitors, incredibly familiar with each other considering the amount of friendlies they played in the lead up. I was talking to Dylan and it was upwards of 9 or 10 best of twos. So this game may well descend into a bit of a chess match. You'll see maybe some unorthodox reads just because of how well these two competitors know their patterns. But as a familiar older saying goes, and maybe it's just one of the sayings I'm going to make up, but iron really starts to sharpen iron. And when these two competitors are really scrimming together at such frequency and at such intensity, it's only good for both the region and for both themselves as well.
Dillon has been labelled a few different things up until this point. Defensive, negative, boring. He has more goals than any competitor as of yet in qualifier number 3 here in Oceania. It was Neymar who scored the first 5. Mbappe with his last 2. Mark 11. Mbappe, Neymar and CR7 spreading out his triple. Mbappe forward for Dillon. First time ball back to him from Ronaldo. Lovely ball inside. Neymar zigging and zagging. Just the corner kick. He is now able to use that FIFA esports kit. I'm sure a few of you have donned it yourselves. The header straight out of play. Dillon with a bit of a chuckle. Mark 11 can start his attack once more.
And for both of these competitors, they've secured that W to really lock in their top 5 spot, lock in their playoff position. So we'll see them playing with a bit more freedom, but still that major trophy, just because of their young age in particular, eluding them at this stage. So direct is Mark's play style. He won't give you too many opportunities to get that block in. And it seems a lot of the time he just wants you to make a read so he knows what you're going to do next time. Indeed, that's what the best competitors will do. And I think we're seeing Mark develop into that kind of competitor.
What a lofted through ball. His player getting the touch, but Dillon getting the crucial second. Spreading it to the near side, Mbappe to Jones. No goals with a third of this first leg done. Good early start for both competitors, really at this stage feeling one another out, trying to get a feel for the game. As Treaders correctly mentioned, they have played one another several times. You can only go to Twitter and have a look, looking for scrims, looking for friendlies, trying to play against other high-level competitors, really hone in on their skills. But what that also does, of course, give them the opportunity to find out counter tactics. Mbappe with your right foot finesse effort, but Edison calmly collects the ball. No goals still, 0-0. Dillon to the far side. Jones getting high up the pitch, heel to heel, but only into trouble. Plays it back well. Ronaldo. Kulusevski back to CR7. Who gives it to Walker, who gives it back to Kulusevski. Mark 11 with a moment or two of nerves. And once again, it's off the attacker, and Mark 11 can settle. If both of our semi-finals taught us anything, Shredders, it's that getting off to a strong start can get you into that game-winning, and not just game-winning, unlosable position.
And with the patience on display from both competitors on the defensive end, this goal, first goal, might prove to be the crucial one. In FIFA's gone by, it was undoubtedly the case, in particular FIFA 20 and post-patch, when we had the nerf of those finesse shots. First goal really was the deciding factor because it allowed a competitor to really dictate playstyle. But now Dillon, fake shot. And maybe a heel-to-heel fake shot might have been the better option. No goals to speak of at the halftime break. A cagey affair as expected. And a pretty even spread of possession as well.
Now check out each other's formations. You know what Dillon's is, the 4-2-3-1 narrow. Mark 11 has a few different ones up his sleeve. He likes the defensive 4-4-2, that is, with defensive mids as opposed to centre mids. It may be treaders, doesn't mean your attack can be as direct as you might like, but it really gives him control of pretty much every contest he's a part of.
And the 4-4-2 from Mark 11 as well just allows such control, particularly when he knows what his opposition is going to come at him with in the 4-2-3-1. It's that chess match analogy could not be a better fit for what we're seeing right now between these two competitors. But now Dillon breaking lines a little bit with a fullback out of position, looks for that through ball, maybe a little bit offside, and indeed the referee pulls it back for the offside flag. That cam so crucial for Dillon in his press and in his defense. But maybe, and now we are for sure seeing a slight switch in formation for Dillon. Not happy with the looks he's currently getting. Going to my favorite formation and Akmal's favorite formation in the 4-3-3. That Vieira of Dill's going to get quite busy off the ball, making a lot of passing lane interception and reads. But Mark will be aware that Dillon has this in his arsenal considering the amount of games they played against each other. But it does not mean it's any easier to make the adjustment to your playstyle. But indeed, Mark makes the adjustment to his playstyle and comes up with the first goal. It breaks the tie and puts Mark totally into the driver's seat. Simple turn, step over, and enough space that Mbappe won't miss on his strong foot from there.
Many would argue that the 4-3-3 leaves you a little more open at the back. And Dillon not good enough to defend. Mark 11 finding the gap and punishing with aplomb in a anticipated low-scoring affair, and that's what we've had so far. Every goal just with that little bit of extra weight. And it's Mark 11 who strikes first. In reply, Dillon with Neymar. Dancing his way through, but admittedly a little wider than he might like. Now he comes central. Kulusevski trying to get that distance from the defender. He does. And he makes it 1-1 in quick time.
The close control from Dillon on full display there. Catching Mark, jockeying off. The fake from Dillon onto the right foot of CR7. That mind games again between the two competitors on full display. Mark reading the initial play and then Kulusevski picking up where he left off, and eventually Dillon just the more composed of the two in that final third. But how good has the close control been from both of these competitors, both in defense and in attack? As that pass leads to a turnover because of how close that player was to the opposition player. But the close control has just been next level between these two at the moment. Case in point there with Kulusevski going down the sideline.
That is the foot item that brought Dillon level. This is Ronaldo trying to get past his defender. The one-on-one battles all over the pitch. Now the pass back. Mbappe! And maybe not timed exactly to his liking, but with that space, that time, and that player, Dillon will gain the 2-1 lead, his first over the course of this first leg.
And close control from Dillon, the order of the day, left stick. Agile dribbling combined with the drag backs to create the opportunities. It allows him to be so efficient once that space is created and he wins that one-on-one battle. Going 1 goal down early against Mark just allowed him to galvanize his defense a little bit. And now his offense is starting to flow just that little bit more cleaner.
Mark has had this pause cues for a little while. Continues on until that ball goes out of play, until there's a stoppage of some kind. You'll have to continue on with one of his custom tactic setups. Kulusevski was the man, the foot item that brought Dillon level. Future stars, 88 overall. Before the broadcast started anyway, it was worth around 450,000 coins on PlayStation, 86 finishing, 92 overall pace. And with these competitors sticking to the squad requirements for these events, you can find some lower rated foot items to not just do a job, to really contribute to your team and get you the goods. This is Neymar trying to turning successfully and finishing again. It is CR7 this time for Dillon. He did not like being behind very much. That is 3 goals within 20 in-game minutes.
And the turning from Dillon just on point, waits for Mark to bite in one direction. In all honesty, Mark isn't doing very much wrong there. He's guessing in the correct direction initially. He has to cover an angle, but then Dillon, so good is his close control, and he's playing so incredibly well at the moment, able to turn back inside and find that key pass. And time again, just brilliantly executed. Covering the right foot there was Mark, and Dillon shifting it onto the left. That inform CR7 doing the job yet again.
The second leg still to come, but the stakes could not be that much higher. Dillon looking for his second consecutive Oceania Qualifier Grand Final. Mark, of course, has been top 4 in the first 2. No surprises then for how well he has done again today. He has plenty of time left, but he won't like the perceived momentum of this contest, Shredders. Dillon on top in almost all facets for the last 20-25 minutes or so.
And now we'll see the classic Dillon game management. That Adama super sub asked whether he'd be playing that super sub at left back. He was very quick to say, nope, I am 100% using that guy, Adama, to come off the bench. He's just too good for an impact player. And he just running his way through the defense. The chop inside, not what Dillon would have wanted. Wanted the heel to heel. But still, he takes the advantage.
Wouldn't have minded that, I'm sure many watching along from all around the world. Likewise, Adama Traore waltzing on, a bit like he has in the Premier League. Maybe not so good recently, but we digress here. In FIFA 21, in FIFA esports, you get to see, Treaders, those players from all around the world in football utilised within FIFA Ultimate Team. And Mark has enjoyed Mbappe a lot so far, opening the scoring. But there was a man he wasn't quite ready for, and it was Kulusevski.
And Kulusevski just close control, getting a little bit fortunate to dribble there. But once he got that space he wanted, look at this close control from Dillon. It's just immaculate. Scoop turn, just waiting for the space. Mark not on point with his player switch in that instance. A little bit heavy on the right stick, and that's all it takes for Dillon to create his opportunity. And again, that close control. Wow. That is a player who is feeling themselves and is in such good form at the moment. That first game, the nerves seem to have worn off from the first matchup against Nayla. Now he knows he's got that top 5. Maybe we might be heading towards even more peak Dillon.
I saw a comment earlier in the Twitch chat. I have a little look in the breaks in between matches. saying, this guy, I assume referring to Dillon, can only score with Neymar. If I look at the goal scorers here, Kulusevski, Mbappe, and CR7, truly putting any such rumours to bed.
And maybe he utilizes Neymar the most because, I know 100% that's not even a maybe. It's 100% because of his central position in the team, and naturally in the 4-2-3-1, when you're looking to score goals through the middle, who else are you going to find there? It's not like you can play a 4-star weak foot item there. It's just best practice. Again, trying to get that ball to your 5-star foot item in Neymar, and Dillon, arguably the best in the region at it, and he continues to state that claim as one of the best users of the 4-2-3-1 in the world. One of the key things we work on is trying to be the best at a certain FIFA, but indeed trying to be FIFA overall, and Dillon continues to develop his overall FIFA game style, and it serves him well from FIFA to FIFA. He's able to make those adjustments, and it's a really healthy mentality to get into.
For Mark 11, what can he take? What can he change to his mentality? I saw him look a little down, as you can understand, in such a huge contest. Is it a mental shift, or is there something within his gameplay that he can alter as we approach the second leg?
I think for Mark 11, it's the same story for a number of these competitors. You have to score goals to win these games. You have to be able to trust your defensive ability to get the job done. But at the end of the day, if you're not able to score, to create those high volume chances, those high percentage opportunities to score goals, you're not going to win those games. And besides that initial goal he scored, he's been a little bit lackluster going forward. And maybe that's a price of Dillon's incredible defensive play, with that goal really coming from a mistake at the back with the 4-3-3 switch from Dillon. But if Mark to get back into this game, the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow would be a good option, or the 4-3-1-2, depending on which one he has higher preference for. Just anything narrow will be a good option because of the way the fullbacks really don't get tracked, and it just provides such a healthy balance between overlaps and underlaps, really, and allows you to get individual battles all over the pitch.
We do like it when we have two contrasting styles. Treaders and I blessed to commentate FIFA esports for many years all around the world. There's not much better, let me tell you, when you've got a predominantly wide formation against a predominantly narrow one, and not just with any two competitors, with two of the best from any given region here in Oceania. This is qualifier number 3, the winner bracket final. Second leg, it is Mark 11 facing a 2-goal deficit up against DW Dillon. He somehow gets that ball back early. Lovely opportunity, maybe for the pass across. He wanted the early strike. A little unexpected, perhaps, and not the foot item that you want to take it, but that's the type of start Dillon was looking for.
And that skill move, the heel-to-heel, but fake shot version. No actual name for it in FIFA, so I think we'll call it the heel-to-heel fake shot. But that skill move so potent, especially in that it makes your opposition just bite a little bit, anticipate a shot, and if you're not used to defending against it, it can be ruthless. And it's a little bit quicker as well than the normal heel-to-heel, so watch out for more competitors making use of that if they have 4-star skillers on the ball.
St. Max for Mark. That is a lovely ball forward. Neymar cannot get it past Edison. Dillon has been very vocal about his questions on goalkeepers. To be fair, haven't we all in FIFA 21? In form Nick Pope, and gold at Nick Pope before that, being prioritised due to his length and size. Now competitors shifting a little bit. Van der Sar, if you're looking at your icon, Schmeichel, or indeed Manchester City's Edison. And it's good to see the variety on display. Neuer, another one that comes to mind. The green time shot outside the area. Doesn't go past the defender. You can already see Mark 11, if nothing else, setting his players off on a few more manually triggered runs. It's very nice, of course, to have that structure, knowing where your players will be. But if you don't trigger those runs, Treaders, you're not going to get in behind very often.
And particularly when a number of these competitors don't have the tactics set up to get in behind. And a number of these competitors, even I know Dillon is one of those that doesn't feel that the instructions particularly do too much. Doesn't stop them from applying it. It's just they feel they have to do a little bit more to really get the most out of their foot items. Overplaying it a little bit is Dillon, but Mark overplaying a little bit more. Kulusevski back out wide. The danger man not picked up. Neymar onto the right foot, and the finish just as good as the build-up. Dillon going 4-1 up. Kulusevski with the build-up. La Croqueta cancels, fake shots. And Dillon afforded too much time and space. And if you give him that opportunity, he will make you pay.
Naturally, that would be Neymar back on the score sheet. Fair play to its chat. Ronaldo coming forward for Mark 11. He finds himself down 4-1. He will be delighted to have achieved his first victory in that semi-final earlier today. Indeed, he and Dillon wanted that first win, but there's a lot more on offer, and Dillon with time, space, the ball roll, and the unerring finish from CR7. That is as easy as you like.
Just brilliant is Dillon. He's really getting into that zone at the moment. And Mark, unfortunately, just looking totally rattled. And half of that has to be because of the weight of friendlies that these two have played. Mark has some kind of idea as to how the rest of this one might play out. And as you and I, Nate, have talked about previously, there's that 4-goal cushion that just seems to be so incredibly difficult to come back from. And the moment that 4-goal cushion is put in place, you need to be scoring pretty much on your first attack after that if you are to come back into it. But Mark unable to do so, but now applying the pressure. And Dillon almost being able to play out from the back. Mark playing a through ball to an onside player. Edison with another incredible save. Nothing quite falling for Mark at the moment, with Edison putting in an incredible performance between the sticks for Dillon.
It's not to say, of course, it's impossible to come back from, not by any means. Player running forward again. It's a 2-on-1. It's Kulusevski. He squares it on this occasion. And if 4 goals is difficult, try 5. This time it's the Liverpool midfielder on the score sheet. The different scorers racking up for DW Dillon, as is that score line. It's 6-1 on aggregate.
And Dillon running rampant at the moment. Gets a bit fortunate with Edison's ability to save that goal. But fair play to Dillon. So clean in the build-up. Time and time again. Just dealing with this press like a seasoned pro. That directional nutmeg nearly paying off. And then Kulusevski, he just fights for the badge, doesn't he? And Curtis Jones running in behind. Press on possession lost from Dillon now. Mark finally having realized that, moves that ball a little bit quicker, but not quickly enough. James sprinting over from centre back and sees that ball into touch.
Goals are plenty, but not at either end, which I'm sure Mark 11 fans and neutrals will not be too happy about. Direwolves fans, hashtag Team Dill, will be loving what they're seeing. Their switch, Treaders, to the 4-3-3, proving magnificent.
I'm such a big fan of the 4-3-3, and I feel that it allows you to, if you're good enough defensively, it allows you to strike just simply the perfect balance between defense and attack. and it allows your attack to flow just brilliantly because of the fact you get essentially 5 strikers involved in the play. For Dill, he's got Kulusevski dropping back into central midfield, which, when you think about it, an attacker of that ability playing in the center of the park, it's simply absurd, and it's terrifying to think about trying to defend that.
Well, this switch to the 4-3-3 has caught the attention of a significant figure. That's right, Akmal, your East Asia Regional Qualifier 2 champion, saying the back four is it. And indeed, this 4-3-3 and the variant of it working again in a big qualifier. It's all good and well to have your plan A, but competitors at the highest level will have multiple, at least 2, ideally 3, that they can interchange and use in different circumstances. For Dillon, the 4-3-3 has opened the game up to his liking. And with Mark 11 having to be a little more rash in his attacks, the 4 at the back and the defensive mid, more than enough. Dillon with a wry smile as the attempted chip shots, not with nearly enough power.
And it's also the composure that Dillon brings to the 4-3-3. But I cannot understate the impact that having a defensive mid such as Vieira has on his ability to see these contests out in that 4-3-3. If he switches at the right times, Vieira will just be all over his opposition. And indeed, in that situation, that long ball pretty good, attempting to just dummy his way over the top of that ball. But Mark more than up to the task of reading it now. Curtis Jones bombing up the middle. Here's an opportunity for Curtis Jones to get his name on the score sheet. Goes for the finesse. And Edison will be saving those every day of the week. But Mark, time and time again, making those giveaways. Maybe Curtis Jones can do it now. Not this time. And now Mark seemingly switched to a more narrow formation, but those foot items running out of stamina as the game ticks on, as Dillon plays through the press, but not on that occasion, unable to get through the press that time.
Tracking back and getting there first is Walker. Edison says anywhere will do. The future stars Curtis Jones scoring the 6th for Dillon, not adding to his tally. 82 finishing. Hopefully you completed that SBC. If not, watch Mini Hullet wreak absolute havoc as Dillon has 6 goals to the good. Mark 11 only mustering 1. He scored 3 against MoAwed. But with only a third of the second leg left to play, he maybe has to think about how he can make his run through the losers bracket section of this qualifier.
And there are some huge names waiting down there. And even it's just a nightmare situation going down into that losers bracket. You've got Mike J, you've got Greek Freak, and Ben Carter as well. He's not to be slept on considering his performances for the Melbourne Victory in E-Leagues gone by. Unfortunately, unable to get a run in recent seasons. But now, making his broadcast debut for FIFA 21, punched away from Edison a bit bizarrely, and Dillon comes up with the ball yet again. As we talked about previously, Nate, when things are going your way, they seem to just continually go your way. Maybe a credit to that mindset that Dillon has.
A good chance for Mark at the other end, though. Dillon holding off the support runner as long as he could. It doesn't matter one bit. He can afford to smile. But credit to Mark 11. We said these pros will never give up. They will play to the end. He has his second goal. It's Mbappe again, with a little bit of time remaining in FIFA 21. You never truly know.
And it's still that 4-goal cushion that we talked about previously. Huge body challenge from that informed Kyle Walker card. And then Adama turning the ball over. Those through balls not quite coming off for Dill at the moment. But Vieira just really doing his job in defense. And Mark, a little bit of space, maybe for the finesse. And indeed trying to play through Dillon, and nearly a panicky giveaway, but look how composed he is on the ball at the moment. He seems to be more than up to the task of riding this one out.
Ball from Kulusevski over the head of the attacker. And again, it's 6-2 up. I guess you can afford to laugh at the chance that never was. Mark 11, first time ball. Cancelo's all the way up there. Tackled well. You can expect all bodies forward for Mark 11. Not much left to lose. Wins the ball back excellently. Theo somehow comes up with it for Dillon, but look at the press. Mark 11 can certainly have a look at this last stage of this game with a lot of optimism. Going ahead to Championship Sunday, Mbappe just closed down at the last. And look at the bodies forward. Unfortunately, from Dillon's perspective, he can't get through into the final 10 minutes. It's been neither here nor there, but everywhere. This game has been decided in truth for a half, if not longer. But again, Treaders, these competitors will fight until the end, and Mark 11 can review these moments and maybe build a bit of a template looking ahead to tomorrow. Adama waits for the keeper to come out. A note for Mark 11, perhaps not to take too much note of. Adama it is, with another goal for Dillon. And this game well and truly done.
And just the turning of the keeper, really putting the exclamation point on the performance from Dillon. Credit to Mark, still going for the press. And Dillon will look to hold the ball up. Maybe just see the game out. And if a 100% opportunity presents itself, that's what he'll go for.
Into the 1 minute of stoppage time. Mark 11 will have to look ahead to the losers bracket where so much quality awaits. But in truth, the winner bracket final is predominantly about one man, Direwolves Dillon, with goals aplenty and a variety of foot items. Thank you very much. Twitch chat, he can do it, Treaders, with more than just Neymar.
Kulusevski, Mbappe, CR7, and Neymar getting on the board. He attempted to get Curtis Jones on the board in that one, but was unable to do so. Unfortunately for him, incredible performance from Dillon. He's getting more and more complete as a competitor, and it seems that that seal is getting broken. He's growing and growing every single time we see him rock out, and hopefully for his sake, we're able to see him continue to perform at that level, and it's thoroughly entertaining to watch.
That's all we want. Good, hard, quality games of FIFA 21. Mark 11 will be back again tomorrow. He has had a good day, but it's a great day for DW Dillon. He advances through to the grand final of qualifier number 3 with a game under his belt as well, still undefeated. To break down that winners bracket final, we'll send it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one. A great day indeed for DW Dillon. Mike LaBelle, what an impressive display from the youngster.
Well, back-to-back now grand finals, and I know that Treaders didn't want to necessarily get on board with it, but he was trying to hint towards this being the time for Dillon to win. It feels that way. He's got the consistency. He's definitely playing at that level. Defensively, we know that he's solid, and offensively, he's clicking on all cylinders. As you see, both of his opening matchups, scoring goals for fun, just going out there, being able to create, starting off games well. This is so much innovative play. Look how shifty he is in the box there. Even having that flick might seem a little bit random, but it's really not. You need moments of innovative nature. You've got to be able to orchestrate attacks. You're going to see a classic right here with the ball roll scoop turn, which is one of the most effective, if not the most effective skill combination this year, where you're combining two different staple skill moves. You see Tavernier looking for an angle, finds the angle. Kulusevski, Neymar, very classic here. Good shifty work, turn it, finish it, convert it.
What we're seeing here, Mike, I feel like with DW Dillon is one of these players that has got the simple things down. He knows exactly what he's good at. He's worked on it. He's perfected it. And especially with the skill moves, we've seen time and time again, those staple skill moves, as you called them, he's got them down to a T.
He's got those reactions down to a T as well. This is how I look on stream as well. I wish I could scoring goals in the same manner, but everything feels like it's clicking well. For Dillon, I know that Treaders talks about it a lot in terms of the preparation, coaching, kind of the in behind the scenes of what's important if you want to be a pro FIFA player. But the decision making from Dillon today has been perfect in many scenarios, and that's been a constant, something that's been on repeat both defensively and offensively. And when you have that proper balance, you're just not going to lose games.
Now, looking at reactions from Mark 11 right there, he managed to get one more goal back into it, a consolation goal, we'll call it. What has he got to improve on, Mike, before he goes back into that loser's bracket tomorrow?
I would like to see Mark play a little more offensive and risk-taking. I know that he gave up a lot of goals in that game, but in general, I'd like to see more pressing play from Mark. I think that he can overwhelm a lot of people because he has a natural gift offensively, and if you limit your attacks, or if you don't have as many of them, you don't always get to see some of that extra razzle-dazzle, the spice, and everything else that's nice. You just want to give somebody a show. You want to showcase. You want to play towards your advantage, and I'm really looking forward to actually the losers bracket. Now that we know who's in the grand finals, congratulations to Dillon. Also, playoffs certified, done, dusted. We're going to burn. A little hand clap for the boys, for the boy or the man or whatever, the up-and-coming grown-up. I don't know how to word any of this, but I like the losers bracket. We have a lot of household names, and it means so much now because we can actually start saying, okay, this guy needs this if he wants to have a chance of progressing to the playoffs, or he's out. It's done. It's a wrap on the season. Rage quit, turn off the console, your favorite vernacular to talk about.
Not smash any controllers though, because we don't condone that. Only Mike LaBelle will be
I broke my
that.
first PS5 controller last week. I broke it.
Wow. Flex on him with the PS5. Flex.
I don't know if that's a flex, but it took me like 3 months. 3 months, we got a controller down.
Wow. Right, let's have a look, a recap, let's say, a credible moment that you picked out, Mike. It is time for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
And it just wouldn't feel right, Kyle, if we did not talk more about Dillon, give him some more compliments, some superlatives. I want to revisit the ball roll scoop turn because it involves two staple skill moves. Anyone can do these skill moves in terms of if you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced player, they're not hard to learn. Now, when you look at the scoop turn, you need a 4-star skiller or a 5-star skiller. And what you're going to see is it comes down to 3 different keys. You have quick execution, you've got the change of direction, and then it's very deceptive. Ball roll, scoop turn, defender, you just get that half second, that half angle, and it leads to a goal. And you're going to see that on a repeat, and it's going to be resurfaced. It's going to be active when you talk about the competitive scene because it gives you just this split second of separation, which is all you need, that tiny little skill gap.
It's just about creating that opening, isn't it? And we see that time and time again with those skill moves, Mike. And I have a feeling we're going to see it again throughout the next couple of days.
100%. This is one of those skill combinations that you can use in multiple instances. And I don't want to say you could spam it because you can't, but you can use it more than once throughout a game, especially considering that each of those skills individually are valuable. So the ball roll by itself is valuable. The scoop turn by itself, as everybody knows, is valuable. Therefore, when you combine them, you're just doubling up on that value. It's a take one out or buy one free, get one. You buy one and you get one free. 50% off. You see where I'm trying to go? I'm getting there. I'm talking my way through it.
It's early in New York. That's what we'll put it down to right there. That one tickled me. All right, let's have a recap at some of the results from today. Yes, we're 3 matches in. We've seen our winners bracket side of things. We've got our winners bracket winner, DW Dillon. He made his way through after beating Nayla 7-4. Mark 11 beat MoAwed 3-2. That set up our winners bracket final. It was DW Dillon who came out on top 7-2. He now makes his way through to that grand final. However, all of our competitors here, they drop down into the losers bracket side of things. Nayla and Mo, they drop down into round number 2. And then it is Mark 11 who drops down into that losers bracket final. They'll patiently wait to see who they will come up against as we jump into our losers bracket next up. Yes, it's exciting. You win, you go through, you lose, and that is it. Tournament done and dusted. MCFC Mike J, who we heard from earlier, Melbourne City's Mike J, taking on Team Footwiz's Greek Freak right there. These two will go head to head. It is the losers bracket round number 1. Ignore the graphic. I know it said winners bracket final. It's not. It's losers bracket round number 1. And Mike, this is it. You know I love this. If you win, you go through. If you're out, if you lose, you're out. You're done.
And this means more to these competitors than ever before, basically. Especially if you're Mike J, you've basically got to take this the whole way. You can't drop any games. You need to find yourself in a grand final up against Dillon. And can we just talk about that flow with Greek Freak? He looks like he's about to be in the WWE. I can see him coming out. I don't know what kind of music he's playing, but you see the locks, the movement, look good, arms crossed. I'm telling you, he is ready to get on a microphone right now.
We're going to see Kev Egan announcing Greek Freak at some stage in the future. I can feel it right here. Make sure you stick with us. It's the third qualifier. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania region. We'll be back in a few minutes.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 3 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3, the final qualifier here in this region. We've got our grand finalist in DW Dillon, and now it's time to jump down into our losers bracket. 4 competitors going head-to-head, all fighting for survival over the next couple of hours here on day 1. Breaking things down with me is Mike LaBelle, and Mike, here we are with 2 competitors going head-to-head against each other. MCFC Mike J, not Manchester City, not that club right there. Oh no, it's Melbourne City's Mike J taking on Greek Freak. I want to focus on Greek Freak very shortly, but before we get into all of that, if you guys are at home and you're wanting to get involved in some of the competitive action as well, you can do from the comfort of your own sofa or your setup or your gaming chair, wherever you are with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. These are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off your skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation, and all you've got to do is go to the competition center at compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, this is how it's done.
Yeah, get your tips, get your tricks, get your insider information, whether you're beginner, intermediate, advanced players, all skill levels, everything's integrated into the PlayStation. It's really easy to sign up and get involved. Highly recommend it. I've talked about it before, but it's just a good gateway into kind of figuring out where you stand in terms of competitive FIFA, or just another experience, another way of kind of engaging a title that you're already spending a bunch of time playing, so you might as well throw in something extra, get some prizes on the back end, brag to your friends. Maybe all your friends enter the same tournament. You go the farthest. Now you got proof that you're just better than them. Just saying.
I mean, all I can say is I've got my word. That's it. I've not got any. I have got some competition experience, but we don't talk about that. Please, nobody dig out any of the footage from that competition. It did not go well. Right, let's have a look at the losers bracket side of things. MCFC Mike J taking on Greek Freak. And Mike, it's quite surprising we're seeing Greek Freak in the losers bracket.
He's kind of been up and down this year. We've seen moments where Greek Freak looked like the favorite from the Oceania region, We've seen Nazir really be very consistent this year when we've seen him on display. We now have to talk about Dillon back-to-back grand finals, but definitely the best flow. And this is also the debut for Mike J on broadcast this year. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of package he kind of brings to the table.
Definitely. Now, I've just picked up my phone because I screenshotted a tweet from Mike J before saying, first event of the season for me tonight. Obviously, Australia are ahead of the rest of the world. Mathematically can't make playoffs, but will still be some good practice for other upcoming events. Good luck to everyone else competing. Mike, what a great way to say this. He can't get to playoffs, but he's going to use this as good practice to make his way through into other events as well. This is what it's about, getting that practice under your belt.
No doubt about it. And repetition is always going to be key. Handling different situations and scenarios, getting your confidence right. Also, you're representing a really big club. So you want to do well, not just for yourself sometimes, but also for the club and the organization to say that they made the right choice in investing in you or partnering with you or really backing you as a competitor. You want to make sure that you make the most of your time on broadcast.
Definitely, you can see there he's from Australia, born in 2002. His favourite formation, 4-3-1-2. Favourite club, Manchester City. You absolutely love to see it. First FIFA title, FIFA 17. And he comes up against a man that we all know, very outspoken, especially online, but he lets his FIFA skills do the talking when it gets to these competitions. It is Greek Freak, looking like a WWE wrestler with the long flowing locks and the bulging arms right now, but it'll be his skills on the sticks, which proves how good he is of a player today. Mike LaBelle, Greek Freak, what do you make of him as a player?
Greek Freak can give you a certain amount of balance. Definitely very good with a lot of the skill moves, some of those creative intricacies. Defensively, we've seen some different packages from Greek Freak as well. We've seen him sit deeper and be more passive, be more frustrating. Maybe not a fan favorite in that regard in terms of having a really deep back line, but we've also seen him play very aggressive. So it kind of comes down to how Greek Freak is feeling. And this year has been a bit of an up and down. Started out the year really well. In between stage, you can see that he was struggling a little bit online for his own standard. And now this is kind of his resurgence back into the broadcast, heading into the time where you can make playoffs or solidify your position for playoffs. It's really important for him.
I wonder if he's managed to get over Olympiacos as they were beaten by Arsenal 3-1 on Thursday in the Europa League. Maybe we'll get to chat to him, see if he's managed to get over that one. I'm sure a win right here, will see him put a smile on Greek Freak's face. He is going up against MCFC Mike J, losers bracket round number 1. Mike, do you think that Greek Freak is thinking about the future? He's thinking about playoffs. He's thinking about the FIFA E-World Cup?
I don't think so. When you're here and you're competing in the day of, it's really difficult to start getting too far ahead of yourself. Maybe in the tournament you're taking part in, that's a mistake players make often, where they're in a matchup and they're already thinking about the next round. Oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? In different types of scenarios. But I don't think that his mind's going to be in the past or even in the future. I think he'll still be very present regarding this tournament, getting a result here. And also, I don't know if I like using the word reestablish, but just a little healthy reminder. Say, hey, I'm with the organics right here. I know how to recycle. Don't forget about me. I'm the Greek Freak for a reason. Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. Right, we're moments away from this losers bracket side of the competition. It is the third and final qualifier for the Oceania region, FIFA 21 Global Series. Let us bring in Nate and Treaders. We can chat to them a little bit about these two competitors going head-to-head with each other. Nate, I'll come to you first, all right? Mike J, first event for this season, but what a way to start it against Greek Freak.
What a tough battle he has ahead. This losers bracket as stacked as we've seen in Oceania and maybe even from around the world. By his own admission and standard, he's been a little disappointed, obviously signing for Melbourne City for this season, unable to make a qualifier on broadcast until the final attempt. There are maybe one or two other events to come up to make amends. So if nothing else, this is good practice, but I'm sure he'll be putting in 100% and seeing just how far he can take it.
Treaders, you were shaking your head there. Was that the disbelief of first event you're taking on Greek Freak?
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare outcome for any competitor, and I think it's just unfortunately a downside of the double elimination brackets that we've been pushed into compared to like the Swiss, so to speak. But it is what it is. The competitors have to deal with it, and Mike J is a competitor who grows and grows. He deals with criticism about him being too defensive, gets way too much heat for that, too possessive rather, and he's quite a likable guy, to be honest. He's got quite a following in the community because of his deadpan humor, and so hopefully we'll see a little bit of that in his play style, and I'm hoping to see a little bit of that in his username as well.
Mike, when we are looking at the FIFA community, when you're looking at some of the competitors that are going up, it feels like in the Oceania region, we're obviously looking at it from afar, but it feels like everyone's a nice guy. It feels like we can love absolutely everyone, Mike, from this region.
I don't know if I want to put that trademark on this region, but it might be the nicest community. They're also very supportive, even though they're competing against each other. If you go through the Twitch chats, if you see one of them streaming, they're always rating each other. I mean, I wish it was like that for all of them. I don't know that it relates the same way, so it does come off a little bit as maybe the nicest community, but that's not a negative trait at all. That's a big time positive to have attached to your competitive scene. I also feel maybe, and by all means, Treaders and Nate, get on board with this or reject it. Say, Mike, I disagree. Just like that. You have to have the hand movement with it. But with the Oceania region, I feel that they're often undervalued or not talked about in the same regard, overshadowed perhaps. So they work really hard together because when you do travel, when you do represent the region, you want to make sure that you do well. That's why Gomes has been so important for this region in particular, because he's been able to travel internationally and perform at a high level. Therefore saying, hey, we've got players. You need to watch us. We need a spotlight.
Nate, do you agree or do you disagree?
Could not agree more. Only a few years ago, we had a thriving national league, a 10-week league with opportunities for a lot of competitors. As of the time of this broadcast, there's still nothing announced. These qualifiers are it. I start off every event by saying thank you, EA, for putting these on to the competitors. We have the quality. We have this community that's rocking, that's thriving. If only we had a national league, if only we had events. We have these 3 qualifiers, and it's why you see me especially pumped up.
It's very exciting, Treaders, it feels, for the region, because I've been lucky to travel to all of the different events before COVID-19, and it always has a strong presence from the Oceania region. Going back, we've talked about Jamie, we know Marcus, we know Honey Badger, we know all the different competitors that have really made a mark at international events. So it is super important that we keep that going, even though it is region locked, that we highlight, we shine a light on this region, Treaders.
Yeah, 100%. It's just the beauty of those regional qualifiers. I could not be a bigger advocate for regional events. Even if when we do get back to lands, if we can continue having these regional qualifiers being broadcast, getting these competitors' names out there. These are 8 competitors who some people might never have heard of, but now they can say, hey, they can take their name to brands, they can take their name anywhere and say, this is who I am. And it just builds on that experience, builds on the exposure for the region. And when we get back to lands, we can argue, look how much depth we've got. We've got so many competitors showing up time and time again. It's about time we got a little bit more respect, and it's a little bit time we got maybe a few more spots at some of these more broader LAN events.
When we do the regions, when it's region locked still, if there's one in Australia, if it's a LAN event, me and Mike are coming over. We have to say that. We're traveling over. We've got to get some sunshine. What was it? Shrimp on a barbie? Nate is absolutely fuming with that one right there. Right, it is the 3rd and final qualifier of the Oceania region, the FIFA 21 Global Series. We're getting into our losers bracket side of things very, very shortly. Nate, let's have a look at the tournament as a whole. We've got our grand finalist already in DW Dillon. We've got our loser bracket finalist as well in Mark 11, and then we've got Mo and Nayla in that losers bracket side of things. The losers bracket, Nate, it's absolutely stacked.
It truly is ridiculous, even to start off there before the winners bracket took place on broadcast today. Nazir and Greek Freak in the losers bracket, get out of there. That is ridiculous. Nazir, of course, the champion of qualifier number 1, as Mike mentioned, unable to make qualifier number 2 for personal reasons. These competitors have a lot on the line, will be putting their best foot forward, and I think you're going to see a bit of feeling throughout this losers bracket.
I'm going to kick off the predictions. Oh, even though he supports Manchester City, I just can't see Mike J beating Greek Freak. That's why I'm going to go with Greek Freak. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
I've been sitting on the island a little bit with this choice because you've got Mike J, who doesn't necessarily have anything to lose, which is a very dangerous FIFA player. Just because he's not able to make playoffs. And then you have the vice versa end where Greek Freak kind of needs this. He should push on. It's really important from a community perspective and to make sure that he solidifies his position and he's good to go in terms of getting into the playoffs and being able to make a run. I think Greek Freak's going to get the job done. I think he's got a more complete package. Having that balance is really important, even though his form this year has been a little bit up and down.
Nate, who are you going for?
It has to be Greek Freak. Mike J getting his first opportunity. A man with nothing to lose is a dangerous man. But Greek Freak, I think, will see things out.
And Treaders, what about yourself?
I think Mike J is a competitor who's showing that he can grow into a FIFA time and time again. And I think we saw it last year. We saw him qualifying for, I think, Paris it was. So I think we'll see him grow into this FIFA yet again and pretty much peak at the perfect time.
Oh, let's see what happens with this one. Nate, Treaders, it's time to kick off the losers bracket side of the tournament. It's over to you guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mike. And thank you all for having a listen about our chat, about our region. It's only natural. Wherever you're from, you're going to get a little bit more fiery and excited. That said, Treaders, we've seen quality from West Asia, East Asia, Europe, the Americas, and we've seen champions from the losers bracket. While we believe our region is strong, it is true all across the globe. Is it possible that one of Mike J or Greek Freak will be our champion in this third qualifier.
Oh, 100%. If there's ever been a loser bracket to bring a champion out of it, it's this one. It's just ridiculous how stacked it is. And that's without even mentioning Ben Carter, who's the type of competitor who can just force a result out of his opposition because of the way he plays to frustrate as well. But back to Mike, Jay, and Greek. Mike, that possession style, he messaged me in the DMs and said, I'm going to bring something a little bit different, something a bit more beautiful. And so I'm hoping we see a bit of that beautiful game coming out.
The beautiful game played the beautiful way. Sounds good to me. This loser bracket round 1, match 1. It is Melbourne City's Mike J up against Footwiz Greek Freak. Being in the losers bracket, a reminder, a loss will see the competitor out of the competition. Defender brought out, and Mike J cannot capitalize. Caught a little bit of stick, Treaders, from mentioning Greek's defending in qualifier number 2. An early decision there to bring his centre back out. Hopefully it is something that he's had a look at by his own admission. He wasn't quite up to standard. What a ball that is, though. Ronaldo through. He goes near post. Mike guesses the wrong way. And any critics of Greek Freak very quickly silenced. It is CR7 on 7.
Just so straightforward in that build-up is Greek Freak. Has had struggles at the moment trying to find his form. Had doubts about going to the away from the 4-4-2, but early on that decision to stick with the 4-4-2 paying dividends. And time again, it seems that the competitor who's most at home with their formation gets the best results, particularly at this stage of FIFA 21.
The perfectly weighted through ball, also known as a through pass. Look it up. And it sees Greek Freak with a very early lead, plenty of time remaining. He is a competitor that has tried to master all mechanics, because you saw the player lock early. He'll actually get this back. The extra pass. Neymar, 2-0. Quick Smart, the man with so much to prove, is making a big statement early. And already we're going to see Mike J with a change.
That 4-3-1-2 not quite paying off for Mike J. He'll have to make a number of big changes if he's to stay in touch with Greek Freak at the pace he's currently scoring goals. The 4-4-2-2 with the deeper lying defensive mids, a favorite of Greek Freak. And time again, he's able to make that work. It comes a little bit unstuck against formations that have 2 defensive mids. But the joy will be found against more narrow formations because of the width it provides if you're able to really utilize the space it gives you.
Despite his admitted underwhelming efforts in FIFA 21, Mike J, ranked 12th in Oceania, has the backing of an A-League club in Melbourne City, is the type of competitor that can get under your skin in a variety of ways. He's been known for having a quite defensive game style. He's managed to score 8 goals twice on the way to this broadcast stage. People like to point out the surface level things that they see, maybe don't understand that this is their livelihood. These competitors play this game for a living, or a lot of them close to. They will seek to get results however they best deem fit. Once again, the through ball from Greek is perfect. This is Bruno. He's looking for support. There was none central. He has to go back to Mbappe. Holding it up. Greek Freak now with CR7. Mike read it well with Pogba, but it's still with Greek. Trying to burst past. With Neymar, he gets it back again, you know. Greek Freak, 3rd time lucky. It's not so. Mike J waking up after that earlier double blow. Defending quite well indeed.
And I was about to feel very sorry for Mike if that one resulted in a goal. But Mike pouring numbers forward, trying to overwhelm Greek's defense, and Greek really taking advantage of the space in behind. Not on that occasion, the finish. Well blocked by potentially an AI-controlled player. But Mike surviving, hanging on by a thread. Look at these players making the aggressive runs. This is what we like to see, direct FIFA being played. And these fullbacks in the narrow formations, they really can hustle for you when they're high on stamina because of both their aggression stats as well as their stamina stats. So keep an eye out for them from Mike. But the other thing to keep an eye on from Mike is his passing play. He's looking for that man out left, and two players getting in the way and blocking that opportunity. And Greek will be able to go up the other end at pace.
Mike called it with the analysis pre-game. Greek likes to defend nice and deep. He has done it to great success over the course of this FIFA 21 season. His attack in this game, great to a very large extent. Just waiting to see how that would unfold. Mike J winning out on that occasion. Footwiz signing Greek Freak to compete alongside Footwiz Jamie Jamoto. Mike J at the other end. Early through ball finds Ronaldo. Has to pass it back. St. Max. Mbappe. Can he find a way through the low block? CR7, heel to heel, inside the area, near post. Courtois makes the save. Greek Freak, another competitor who has used different goalkeepers, looking for the right tonic, if you will. Just to do the basics, if nothing else, please. Look at the dribbling from Mike J on the right foot. Courtois just stands there as it sails past the far post.
And unfortunately, Mike just seems maybe half a step off in his finishing game at the moment. I assume that will get better and better as this leg goes on, but the intensity and the decision making not quite there. In contrast to Greek, who seems to be totally locked in from kickoff. But hopefully for Mike's sake and for the sake of goals being scored, we see Mike really start to capitalize on those opportunities that he's creating.
What a start from Greek Freak. He looks locked in and in control early. Mike J starting to come to grips with his defenders, but it is 2-0. The goal from CR7 in the 7th minute, followed by one from Neymar in the 13th. And then able just to take that moment, Treaders, to pause quite literally and go again. Mike J seeming a lot more at home.
And it might have been a matter of too many players getting into the box for Mike J early on, just forcing him to rush his build-up. And now that he's able to play more of a style that suits him, and indeed will suit him, particularly against Greek, who defends quite deep, playing a more possession-based game style, it'll allow him to take his time in the build-up and focus on making those decisions in the final third. But turnovers in the middle of the park, when you have numbers forward, can prove quite costly, as Greek Freak searching up the other end for a counter-attacking opportunity, forced to turn back, and then the beautiful through ball over the top. A heavy touch from CR7 results in Mike J getting the ball back.
At the other end, I was going to say there's the left fullback, wing back, making the overlapping run. Mike doesn't use him. Neymar now has to. Mendy maybe asking why he didn't get it earlier, and Cancelo puts him on the digital turf. That's not a fun few minutes for Mendy, and there it is, Greek Freak. He has got that run in behind on clutch. Mike J with the sliding challenge. Even more clutch, but Greek Freak still going. CR7, he tries near post. But the keeper is there. Corner to the near stick is punched away. Kulusevski, used by Dillon earlier, now used by Greek. Wins it back. Ronaldo, he's through. It's the left foot, and Greek Freak with 3 of the best. A man on a mission here in Qualifier 3.
And Greek Freak totally locked in. Any half opportunities he gets at the moment, he is making count. Mike J will feel a little bit hard done by on that one. Seem to be in a good position to win that ball back. Again, time and time again, you need to get that ball into those good areas if you're going to get that opportunity to take advantage of those slight mishaps. And Greek, so well is he playing, so direct and aggressive is he playing. He's getting back into prime form just in time to secure his playoff position.
He does have a team that is envied by many. Lovely work there. He's trying to work the 1-2 passing, but the defender covering for Mike J, who's got a plethora of names. Chunky Monkey FIFA, Obese Wombat. Chuck an animal in there and an adjective and you have a good time. Sticking with the MCFC Mike J for the broadcast. There's Mendy again. He does get it. Sets up Mbappe. Back we go. CR7. Slaloming run. It's back to Bruno. But that was the pass. I guess personally I wish was played before. It worked that time. You can see the wingbacks so high up. The fullbacks playing as wingbacks if you like. Neymar. Ball across. And yet Greek's defense unbreakable once more.
Greek just getting the reads on pretty much every attack that Mike is looking for. Brilliant hold up the play there by Greek and the deserving finish to go along with it. Greek turning defense into attack in the blink of an eye. And the finish to go along with it puts Greek 4 goals up.
Looks to be in anguish when he scores a great goal, Greek Freak. It just means that much to him. That is the hat-trick for the team of the year, CR7, 99 finishing. He ain't missing that. For Mike J, he said he wanted to play the beautiful game. That defending is just incredible from Greek. Have a look at that switch. A 2-on-1. He baits the supporting runner before coming over to tackle the man with the ball. Defending does not get any better.
Just the perfect mix of aggression with patience for Greek Freak at the moment. Waiting for Mike J to really show him what he's going to do. And Mike J more than happy to oblige at the moment. And Greek Freak running rampant in attack as well as defense. Numbers back for Mike there. A fancy pass from Curtis Jones. Almost resulting in Mike getting the ball earlier. But Mike does indeed retrieve that ball now. This narrow formation, strong counter-attacking. But you know what's even stronger? It's Greek's reads of Mike's attack at the moment. And with so much work to do, Mike has to go back to the drawing board to find an answer to Greek Freak's continual answering of Mike's questions in defense.
A player to the near side is free. Mike wants to keep it central. Mbappe, cut back, Neymar. Decision is justified. You can finally take your pause. The big cry of success from Mike J in what is a 2-legged affair. He's got one back and breathes a bit of life into this contest.
And the cutback brilliantly executed from Mike. We saw previously on broadcast in qualifier number 2, we saw Greek Freak concede a number of those cutbacks. So it'll be interesting to see if he's made those adjustments to his gameplay. To be fair to Greek in that instance, that was as perfect an execution of that play as you will get. So there's not too much you can do there except try and avoid getting into that spot. But as a general thing, when he's really defending quite deep, you'll find yourself with space to get to that byline. And if you're able to execute and Greek isn't making those reads, you'll find yourself with plenty of goal opportunities to score.
The standard 1 minute of additional time. Can Greek make it 5? Mike J is bailed out somewhat by the decision from the in-game referee. It stays at 4-1, that team of the year. CR7 collects the match ball. We've said it throughout today, Treaders. It seems to be a bit of a theme. The competitor that starts the most brightly goes on to win the game. Didn't Greek start brightly in this loser bracket round 1, match 1?
He was locked in from the get-go and just simple through balls, doing the simple things better. And Mike moving the keeper, trying to cover for the far post shot. CR7, team of the year item on the left foot. Ball roll. Probably could have got round the keeper and a little bit fortunate on that one. And that's a player, a competitor frustrator, that one, that can really set you back mentally. And yet another bit of competitive frustration would be coming out of that one. And Greek Freak continued his onslaught, the counter-attacking, the through balls, taking advantage of it, and that hold-up play. Whoa, that is exquisite. Mike J not able to do anything in that instance, but watch as Greek cut it back. But Mike, with an answer of his own eventually, some close control on the edge of the box, waiting for his opportunity to come, and then the cut back. Really well done by Mike in that instance. And you see the panic player switching there from Greek Freak. It's something that he will continue to work on and continue to get better at, but it's something that's carried over across from qualifier number 2. And if I'm another competitor, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, oh, maybe if I can get to the byline, that's something I can exploit a bit more. But credit to Greek, when he's not in that position, his defense has been incredible and his attack has been just as good as his defense.
So you're saying for Mike J, maybe utilize that width a little bit more? We saw it live and I tried to mention it where applicable. He had those fullbacks playing more as wingbacks, bombing on. He also had his wide players making good wide runs. He just didn't seem to want to use them.
Well, the problem you have when you go to those fullbacks, unfortunately for Mike, I think he's got a quite low version of Furlan Mendy, who's not quite up to scratch on the ball at this point. So he's only really valid as a point of recycling the ball. And Greek knows that. Greek's too good to not realize that Mike's not going to look to get in behind because Mendy's going to take too long to come back on defense, particularly on that side. I'm not overly sure who he's got. I can't remember at the moment who's on the right-hand side, but it's a similar feeling. It's Reece James, actually, on that right-hand side, and he seems to be feeling the same thing, not overly confident in those players' ability to retain the ball for him, and Greek taking full advantage of that and just letting them sit out there and be relatively ineffective.
Leg 2 already underway. Greek Freak with the 4-1 advantage after leg 1. 2 goals within the opening 13 minutes. You might have seen me quickly jot it down, missed it the first time. Neymar was the goal scorer for Mike J in the 84th minute to give himself a bit of hope and optimism. There's that 3-goal barrier that seems that it can be overturned. But against Greek Freak, a fired up, locked in Greek Freak, nonetheless. It is a job for those with the boldest heart, those with the most courage. Mike J, we mentioned, representing Melbourne City. Peter Seisanis, having done so alongside Marcus Gomes, winner of Qualifier 2. Peter Seisanis getting his foray into some quality broadcasting through the E-Club World Cup. It's wonderful to hear from former pros and hear that detailed analysis, and always with a smile on his face. The roles might change. Now it's Mike J's turn, and it's his turn in this attack. Overplaying it perhaps slightly, but with Melbourne City sticking with Marcus Gomes, Treaders, he was the first professionally signed competitor all the way through. Do you think Mike J could be afforded a similar amount of time, or have times changed a little bit from 2017?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think Mike J has the ability to really excel to the next level. It's just a matter of ensuring he continues to get that right support from Melbourne City. So I think if Melbourne City do support him, I mean, you've got a number of quality free agents as well floating around in our region as well. So maybe Mike might feel a little bit of that pressure, but I'm sure Melbourne City, judging by their past track record, will give him at least another season. This season could be regarded as a little bit of a write-off for them, considering no LAN events. But I'm sure for these competitors and for the viewers at home, this is as important and as big as it gets. You can only play what is in front of you, and some of these competitors are really adapting well to the conditions. That was terrible giveaway there by Greek Freak. Mike all over him, preventing him from turning out, and the press after possession loss executed to perfection from Mike, and Greek Freak will have a bit of a shake of the head, and you don't give gifts like that to competitors like Mike J. That could be all that is required for him to really start to come back in this game.
You can see him utilizing the 4-3-1-2 high pressure formation, favored by the likes in our region of Jazz FIFA. Made qualifier number 2. Used it myself a little in Weekend League, and certainly at 3 goals down, it is well worth trying. Not a lot of width on offer unless you want to use those fullbacks, and Greek Freak immediately looking for the space in behind the right back. Mike J good enough to cover with his centre back in Walker. An intriguing tactical battle awaits. The competitors well aware of what is being attempted. They've figured it out. It's all down to who can execute better, with 60 in-game minutes remaining in this second leg.
And if I'm Greek, I'm really looking to utilize CR7's height advantage, get some crosses whipped in, or at least a couple of cutbacks or low-driven crosses, because of the strength and the ability of CR7 to find space and really seal in the centre-back that's currently marking him. And Greek Freak executing that to perfection. The cutback, sealing the defender in, and finding the back of the net.
You called it, Tritters. Maybe a few confused as to why Greek didn't take that first clear option. He's looking for CR7. And CR7 don't miss. 5-2 on aggregate. He scored goals of different varieties. Greek Freak, he was heavy on the through balls early. Now showing he can do it with some close control and good passing, good range of passing. Mike J now can't just afford to sit back with his defenders. There's going to be a gap in that defensive midfield area. He brings out his centre back and is good enough to win it back. Mike J with Mbappe now. Again, Greek well aware. All the attacks coming straight through the middle. And in response, he finds a bit of space. CR7 goes for the first time. Strike straight down the middle. Edison saves those twice a day. But it's getting end to end, Tritters, as it often does when a competitor needs to risk it. Mike J going without defensive mids, keeping those fullbacks high. It's all systems go. Not exactly what he planned, but Mbappe still with it. CR7. Greek Freak just staying centrally. You see that. Mike passed wide to try and get Greek to play a switch. No dice. He sticks with him again. Finally does play a switch, then goes straight back. Mike J with a bit of space. And Greek with a rash challenge. Presents Mike J with a gift on the stroke of halftime. A big moment in this loser bracket, round 1, match 1. And he sneaks it in. Greek Freak, a little unlucky, could not have guessed any better, could not have chosen the direction any earlier. But Tritters, that's basically the perfect penalty kick.
And that's what you pay the coins for with Bruno Fernandes. Just inch perfect finish there, perfect power. I'm not sure whether it was timed or not. But Mike J just gradually clawing and fighting his way back into this game. Maybe thinking about matching Greek Freak might catch him a bit off guard. And again, we saw that giveaway from Greek that led to that goal. From Greek's perspective, he needs to ensure that he doesn't give Mike any more sniffs than he already has. He needs to steal this game. And that Team of the Year, CR7, is going to play such a large part of it, particularly from getting the ball upfield from that perspective and knocking that header on to his Team of the Year, Mbappe.
A goal at the perfect time for Mike J. He leads this second leg, but after being down 4-1 after the first, it's 5-3. And that Melbourne City blue kit going to the right of your screen. Greek Freak will be very disappointed with that rash, unnecessary challenge, but you have to credit the attacking. Mike J, able to find space where there wasn't a lot. Had a player running through towards goal and forced the decision. Can Greek Freak get his second goal of this second leg? There's width on offer. He doesn't use it. Neymar to Bruno, width again. It's to try and bait Mike to play a switch. But Mike, after doing so early on in leg one, is staying true and calm. So far in leg two, Neymar with nowhere much to go. Lovely move past the defender and into space, but Walker covers well. And that's just good defending from Mike J. Through ball down the far side. Mbappe is away for a time. Pogba, one of those that Mike J talked about in his masterclass, if you were with us at the start of the broadcast. But it's Greek Freak going again, CR7. Not a lot going forward at all. Jones finally finds the pass. Neymar, lovely ball. The pass across can only meet the feet of the defender waiting there. Mike J once again refusing to be baited out into the wide areas. He will stay central, Treaders, until this game is done.
And that is the story in both defense and attack for these competitors. It's quite in contrast to both Mark and Dillon in the way they go about their attacks. I think we could essentially get rid of at least half the pitch width, and Mike J doesn't need much width when he can skill like that. Simple heel to heel, brilliant patience from him, and the fight back continues from Mike, who refuses to go down.
Game on, ladies and gentlemen. You never want to miss out on a game of FIFA 21. Where I might forgive you in FIFA's past, thinking games were done at 1-0, 2-0, or a margin that is similar in FIFA 21 with the options available. There seemingly is always a way back. Mike J looking to make it 5-5 on aggregate. How crucial will that penalty be when all is said and done? Mbappe to Pogba. Bruno searching forward, but the Bruno for Greek Freak getting it done. And look at the space. Fullback out of position. Racing forward with Mbappe. Greek Freak wants the cutback. He's got space and time. He doesn't need any support. Left all alone. And Mbappe finds top bins.
And just what Mike least wanted. He wanted to get those fullbacks off the pitch because he knew they were going to hurt him. Just the stamina running out on that occasion, affording Mbappe too much space. Mike with too much recovery left to do. And Greek Freak When you give him space, give him time, he is a king of execution. Finding the top bin on that occasion. Mbappe cutting inside all the way from the right flank. And credit to Greek Freak, he's fought through his questioning of his choice of formation. And it appears the game plan coming to fruition, at least against Mike J at the moment.
It's 2 goals again as far as Mike J is concerned. There's time to do it. Of course, he leads the second leg 3-2, but overall behind 6-4 on aggregate. Inside the last 15 of regular time, Mbappe heel to heel. Tries to pass inside. Walker's there. Gets it back. Neymar. Mbappe sets off on a run. Mike J goes the other side, but gets it back. The long ball from Greek doesn't hit the target. Mbappe on the right foot. Oh, Mike J. That's a little bit special. Game on again. Only 1 goal, which is quite incredible. It was 4-0 in that first leg. Mike J showing champion fighting spirit.
And he's playing it in such a beautiful way. That's a mistake of an offside trap there from Greek Freak. Calls the keeper out and the penalty. Rash challenge. Mistakes happening all around from Greek Freak, bringing Mike back into the game. Crucial moment this.
And it's straight down the middle. Mike J. 5-2 in this tie. 6-6 on aggregate. Gets his second penalty of the tie. Scores his second penalty. The comeback complete. How about the win? What have we got left for you in this loser bracket round 1, match 1? Incredible fighting spirit from Mike J. Greek Freak. With all that tournament experience, can he utilize it, find his calm, find his center, and regain his lead? Progressing through to round 2. Inside the last 5 minutes of regular time, we will go to extra time and penalties if required. You get the feeling we've got at least 1 more goal to come. However, Neymar, good idea. Good defending from Greek, and crucially this time, holds on to possession. Can he play it in behind? He can. Kulusevski, 1-on-1. And admittedly, not a lot of support pass through the legs. Ronaldo, minutes remaining, ambitious ball, does not find the target. Mike J with the opportunity to win this game. Good tackle from Greek, nothing doing. Varane bolts forward, why not? Last few seconds, Ronaldo cannot find the feet. Neymar gets it back. Are you kidding me? We play on here. Neymar, heel to heel. Can he find the pass inside? It's still Neymar. He finds the pass. Ronaldo is blocked. St. Max, the 4th minute of this 1 minute of stoppage time. Mbappe heel to heel. And thank goodness for that. Greek Freak settles things down. I'll try and settle down, and Treader's breathless action, but we head to extra time.
Every time the referee doesn't blow his whistle at the minute mark of extra time, of stoppage time, my heart just starts getting more and more nervous. But on that occasion, Greek gets away with it. A fair amount of good fortune falling Mike's way there. And he'll be hoping that good fortune continues with those rebounds, so he's able to secure the win. And Greek obviously hoping for the opposite. But such a big factor can those rebounds play. Just getting that ball into the correct area, getting it down the byline can prove such a big factor in deciding these games.
I can tell you that Kyle and Mike are loving this contest. We hope wherever you're watching from around the world, you're as into it as we all are. These competitors, the most invested, however. What a comeback from Mike J. yet to taste the lead. Will he have it in this first stanza of extra time? Neymar, tackled well by Greek Freak. He can get it away with Jones. He's down on possession. He's down on shots. But Greek Freak hanging in there, looking to restore his lead. You can see the player lock used. He wants him centrally, and the pass somehow doesn't hit the target.
It's just the changes in the meta that are so small, yet can have such a large impact on deciding games. Mike making the read, realizing what pass the player lock is going to make, what Greek Freak is looking for, and making the adjustments accordingly. Greek Freak really doing quite well to marshal the center of the pitch, protecting the center at all costs, knowing that if he risks any space in the middle, Mike J will punish him totally.
As the first period of extra time comes to a close, Greek Freak has it where he'd like it. Neymar with a bit of space onto the right foot, but you had the feeling Mike J had his number. Varane with the excellent tackle. And we go again. 8 shots overall for Mike. They have all been on target. He is stuck with this 4-3-1-2. And Treaders, he's looked a very different competitor since he made the switch.
And he's just growing and growing as this matchup goes on. The mix of possession and direct play makes it incredibly enjoyable to watch. I'd love to see him venture out wide, particularly with these fresh legs that he has in the fullbacks. Just seems like a waste to not utilize them. But Greek Freak tracking those runs still at this point, even though Mike J hasn't really utilized them. And this is the first time we're seeing a fullback run. And Tavernier looking back inside, trying to invert himself. And again, just recycled Mike. I was about to say an expert at recycling possession, but as I went to take a breath to say that, he turns that ball over, and Greek Freak, credit to him, reads those patterns, is patient in his defense when he needs to be, and will be looking to stay locked in, and at least as locked in as he was to start this game off. It seems like a totally different competitor has taken over the controls from Greek Freak as the game has gone on. Nerves setting in, knowing how important this is. A win here would secure him top 5. And Mike J, time and time again, up to the task of defending Greek Freak's attacks. And this counterattack looks quite promising. Numbers forward for Mike J.
He doesn't like the runs he sees. And once again, we'll go through the fullback routes. Llorente and Neymar decide to include St. Max. Pass inside is perfect to Neymar. Right foot. Mike J takes the lead for the very first time in this contest. He can scarcely believe it. We can barely believe it. But you best believe it. With only a few minutes remaining, it is 7-6 on aggregate. A reminder, Mike J was down 4-0 after 71 in-game minutes of the first leg of this tie. Greek Freak, with his last chance in an Oceania Qualifier for FIFA 21. What can he do with it? Fernandez forward. Neymar is tackled, and the tackle is clean. Oh, he can't believe it, Greek. It is misery for the man from Footwiz. A heartbreaker. But for Mike J, he will have won himself, and indeed Melbourne City fans, even more fans. What an incredible game of FIFA. We talk about the cliches, Stretters. A game of two halves. Greek Freak was near perfect in that first leg, but you can only sing the praises of Mike J. What a second leg fight back.
just absurd, the fight back from Mike J. I feel like crying for Greek Freak. He's put so much into that. He was so close to really sealing that 4 goals up. We've talked about it being the magic number, but Mike J, credit to him, he fought back and continued fighting back until the very end, stuck to his game plan, stuck to the beautiful game, and saw it out, got the result with his final genuine attacking opportunity. If we could write a script, that's exactly the script we would write. And credit to Mike J, sticking it out, playing his way, and silencing the critics.
It takes 2 competitors, of course, to produce such a wonderful game of FIFA 21 to FUTWIZ Greek Freak. We say thank you and commiserations to Melbourne City's Mike J, finally breaking through to an Oceania qualifier. Well, isn't he just making it count? To break down the pulsating action, we'll send it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much. Wow, talk about drama. Mike LaBelle, let's try and break this one down, because end-to-end stuff, Greek Freak, he was providing all of the goals very early on in that first leg, and then Mike J, he just didn't give up.
He flipped the switch, and this is going to sit with Greek Freak. Typically, the rule of thumb is you can recover from 3 goals. That's kind of the maximum area most of the time. So people still have hope, dreams, ambitions, even if they're down 3. But once you're down 4, you're saying this game's a wrap. Let me just try to play for some dignity. That was not the case. Mike J made this amazing comeback, one of the best comebacks we've seen this season. We're going to see quite a few Greek Freak goals to get things started underway, and that's important. Just a reminder, he was up 4-0, 70th minute of the first leg. It was all Greek Freak completely. You see the step overs, you see some of the patience, some of the wiggling and the working. But when it's all said and done, it's not going to matter, because this show was stolen or taken over, carjacked or hijacked. It was definitely all about Mike J. Once this ends up, all of the first leg work is kind of disregarded to a certain degree.
It is indeed, and it's 4-0 up after 71 in-game minutes for Greek Freak. But Mike J, as Mike LaBelle has said, he flipped the switch. He kept on going. He didn't give up. Got that 1 goal in that first leg right there. And then in the second leg, well, it was all guns blazing, capitalizing on any mistakes from Greek Freak right there. Even though Greek Freak kept extending that lead, Mike J said, oh, no, I'm not going to let you get out of my sights too far. Even at 5-2, with only 60 in-game minutes to go, with only 45 in-game minutes to go, a penalty was scored, and that started the resurgence. That started the comeback. 5-3 right there. And Mike, if you look at Mike J's gameplay, just look at the skill moves. Look at how he's piecing everything together. It's beautiful to watch this game, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there were just so many goals. I mean, we're here for a minute, and I think if anything, you have to give Mike a lot of credit for his resilience to make this comeback. He was down the complete game, and even when he started to issue the comeback, he was still always had basically an answer from Greek Freak, where he would get a little bit closer and then Greek Freak would score, and so forth and so on. And then you see this 117th minute, the go ahead, what it means to him, the emotion. You just don't see this happen in competitive FIFA.
That is very, very true. Now, a little bit of an insight into everyone that's watching us here. Mike J has joined us in our chat. We're going to talk to him in a minute. I can hear him reliving all of those moments as the goals went in. I can hear him laughing and smiling. It's great to hear. We will be talking to him in a few moments' time. Let's bring him into the chat right now. Welcome, MCFC Mike J. Mike, incredible performance right there. I could hear you laughing. I could hear you smiling. Just how much does that win mean to you?
No, it was a great win. I'm still shaking from it, but no, it was a very close game. I think I was 4-0 down the first leg. I was defending really badly, but no, when I scored that last goal, it was a lot of relief. So yeah, it was a good win.
Where was the shifting point throughout that match where you started to feel, all right, I've got a lot of belief here, because you were down a lot of goals. You started to kind of inch your way back. Greek Freak would have an answer. So it was never really in your favor until very late on where you could start to feel the momentum kind of switch up.
I always felt like I was still in the game. I feel like he was giving me a lot of space on the edge of the box. I felt like I could easily work that ball into the striker and then just isolate his centre backs. So even when he scored that goal in the second leg to go 2 goals up, I think it was the 73rd minute, I still felt like I could score 2 in a short period of time. But yeah, it was definitely just the space he was giving me. Even in the first leg when I was 4-0 down, I still felt like I had a lot of space to just work a goal.
Now, I read out your tweet, Mike, earlier on saying that you can't get to playoffs. You know that that's not mathematically possible. So coming into this, you're going to use it as experience. How much do you think that performance you just showed us there was because you've got nothing to lose? You're just here to play and to get more experience.
I can't lie, I was pretty nervous first 10 minutes when I conceded twice. I was like, oh, I'm just not playing well today. But as the game grew on, I felt like it was just really valuable experience I could take into E-League or the ESL Cup coming up. So yeah, I feel like that game there was it was just good because I could sort of gauge my mentality. When I'm down heaps of goals, I know I'm still in the game and I can still win.
Now, you are playing against MoAwed tomorrow now in that losers bracket round number 2. Obviously, your teammate, Marcus Gomes, also plays for Melbourne City. That's one of his closest friends. We've seen the kiss on the cheek when Marcus won qualifier number 2. Where do you think Marcus's loyalties is going to lie? His best friend or his teammate?
I hope it's with me. But if he does side with Moe, then I can't blame him. That is his roommate. So, I won't blame him whichever way he goes.
No, it's very exciting. Just want to say congratulations. Are you still feeling nervous or have you calmed down now?
Oh, I've calmed down a little bit. I feel like my blood pressure a little bit high right now, but I've calmed down a little bit after the goal.
Honestly, congratulations. Well done. We will see you tomorrow on Championship Sunday as you continue your way through the losers bracket. Well done, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you guys.
MCFC Mike J makes his way through that losers bracket, comes up against MoAwed in round number 2 tomorrow. Mike, you can almost hear it in his voice how much that win means to him, can't you?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a dream scenario when you're able to kind of mount a comeback on the big stage in a competitive event where I think it's fair to say most of us probably wrote Mike off after you're watching that first leg. I was already looking at highlights from Greek Freak. I'll be very transparent. He was up a bunch of goals. I'm saying, okay, this is going to be done early. And then Mike starts inching his way back. He starts battling back. We see a couple mistakes. We see some bad slide tackles. We see penalty kicks. And we're saying he's got a chance. He's still in this. And then once he forced extra time, I thought that it would be a real struggle for Greek Freak. Just from a mentality perspective, you almost feel defeated even though the game is drawn even because you had the lead. And not just by a little bit. You had a significant lead, and then you kept kind of extending it. Every time Mike would give you a nudge, you nudged him back. He gives you a nudge, you nudged him back. And then to kind of fall apart late, it really hurts you from a competitive standpoint.
Right, I'm going to jump in. Mike, we've lost your camera. So excited right there. We've seemed to have lost Mike LaBelle's camera. We will get that sorted for you very, very soon. MoAwed tomorrow does take on Mike J. Melbourne Victory taking on Melbourne City. I need to talk to Nate and Treaders about that one a little bit later on. Moving forward, though, we do move into our next round number 1 matchup. Ben Carter taking on a Nazir. Yes, he won that first qualifier. He's been incredible in the Summer Cup series as well. And that one is coming up for you very, very shortly. Make sure you stick with us. It is the FIFA 21 Global Series qualifier round number 3. The losers bracket round 1. Match 2 is coming round the corner. We'll see you in a few minutes.
FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 3 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3. The third qualifier, yes, the final one in this region, and we've had drama, we've had goals, and more importantly, no clean sheets. We do not want those here. No, we do not. Breaking things down with me is Mike LaBelle. And Mike, we were so hyped up before. Your camera cut out because the drama, it's almost too much to take.
I think it was so many goals that it just glitched the camera out. I'd love to place a blame somewhere. Everything's happening remotely. Either way, we're back into action at the moment, so happy days for that. And I'm looking forward to our final matchup of the day.
Yes, we're in the losers bracket side of things right now. This is where you win, you stay in the tournament, you can climb your way through all the way to the grand final, or if you lose, that is it. And especially in the Oceania region, this is the third and final qualifier. So if you've not made your place, you've not cemented your way into those playoffs, well, it might all be over. Although there are a few domestic competitions left right here, and two competitors hoping to make their mark. Ben Carter taking on A. Nazir in this next matchup, the final one on day one of the third qualifier in the Oceania region. And Mike LaBelle, we've got to start with A. Nazir. We've seen what he's capable of from Summer Cup Series to qualifier number one. He's really stamped his mark on this region, hasn't he?
I would say top tier Nazir. Not that meant to rhyme, but if we're getting the best package that he's able to kind of present, he's definitely a top competitor. I would say top one or two competitors in this region. It's just a matter of what you're going to get. That's something that's going to be a constant theme, or maybe even a reminder within the competitive community. If we get the best potential that someone has, then they're going to go for a run. But you never know if it's just a matter of they're not feeling it for the day. Maybe things aren't clicking. Sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way. Mentality, you're a little bit weaker. Oh, that tactical matchup isn't as good, etc. It gets much more complex and complicated than you would initially think. But A. Nazir is one of those guys that I always expect to be fighting for a spot in the finals.
And his opponent today, Ben Carter, he will be the one hoping to take down our qualifier number one champion. Born in Australia, 1998, 4-2-3-1's his favourite formation. Favourite club, Newcastle, an Arsenal fan and a Newcastle United fan going head to head. They've always provided lots and lots of drama, let's say, when those two get together, and hopefully we'll have drama when it comes to this matchup right here. Mike, very quickly, how do you like to prepare for events? When you were competing, what did you do beforehand, before an event?
I think it's really important, at least for yours truly. I like to eat light before playing, which might sound funny, right? Food is a high priority. It is to me. I think a lot of competitors are like that as well. You don't want to necessarily be up and down, running around. Stay hydrated. And then also your preparation before the games, especially in an online competition such as this one. I don't get a second chance. I don't get to warm up. So often, if I was going to go into a weekend league match, I might play a warm-up game. Sometimes I just go straight into the games and we're underway. But when you're going into a pro versus pro matchup, I probably would prefer to play 2 or 3 warm-ups at least, just to make sure that everything's clicking. Or if it's not clicking, I can keep playing. I have enough time in hand to make sure that it's coming together. We've seen this many times before where we have a player in the winner's bracket, and whoever the competitor is from the loser's bracket is so fresh from playing game after game after game. Once they get to that grand final, guy in the winner's bracket has been sitting there, hands a little cold, eyes aren't connecting the dots yet, and a lot of times we see an upset. And a lot of that is due to better preparation to getting to that final, or getting to that final matchup, so to speak, versus if you're just playing cold, or this is almost your warm-up game when you get into a matchup.
Well, anyone that follows Ben Carter on social media, you might have seen that he was at the driving range today over in Australia in the daytime. That's how he likes to prepare for a massive tournament. Just get on the driving range, a bit of golf, you know, have a bit of fun, hit a few balls, drive a few, chip a few, put a few. That's how he likes to prepare for this matchup right here. So let's see if that preparation has worked from him as he takes on A. Nazir. Now, before we get into all of that, we need to talk about the FIFA FIFA Face-Off. This is a chance for celebrities, pro players and members of the community to get together and take on each other. Yes, the 19th and 26th of March, members of the FIFA community will team up with FIFA pros and celebrities for a chance to compete for $25,000. It's going to be an incredible event for everyone involved. And for more information, go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off, or you can watch it at twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. Mike, I'm just looking forward to seeing how that event pans out when you've got Zwei, you've got Castro, Bateson, all teaming up with pro players and just randomers from the community.
Yeah, you've got a real mix between people that you recognize from being amazing at the game, people that you recognize as being faces of the community, and then you've got, I don't think they've all been announced, but I've seen multiple different celebrities announced. I'll tell you what, whoever gets Trevor Noah, that's definitely a favorable matchup. I can confirm that Trevor Noah is amazing at FIFA, but I think people will be surprised at home with some of the celebrities as well. A lot of people play FIFA heavily that you would just not expect to necessarily be in that community as much as they are. You're saying, oh, they don't have enough time to grind the game. That's not the case. They all played a weekend league. They've all been building squads. Ultimate Team is a high priority.
It is indeed. So we look forward to seeing how that event does unfold in front of our eyes right here on this channel. Right, we've got one more matchup left in the third qualifier of the Oceania region. Let's bring in Nate and Treaders just to preview ahead of it. Nazir taking on Ben Carter. Treaders, how are your golf skills? Would you get on the driving range before a competition?
I mean, that's assuming I get to a competition, to be honest. That's a bit of a stretch there. But I don't mind trying my hand at golf. I'll give a flick of the wrist to get some yards.
Kyle, Treaders wants to know. Treaders wants to know if it has a player lock. That's all he needs to know. Does the golf club have a player lock? And then he's in.
I mean, if there was a player lock in golf, I don't know how it would work because it's just you on your own. Nate, when we are talking about this matchup right here, Nazir taking on Ben Carter. Nazir, this could be another huge tournament for him.
Yeah, our champion of qualifier number 1 and unable to participate in qualifier number 2. I think the general consensus, despite the rankings, is that he is the best competitor in the region. He just seems to go into this mental state where he is locked in. He never gets flustered, whether he gets a lead, whether he's behind. You get the same Neza all the way through. He's backed by Ground Zero Gaming. It all merges to create, ideally, the perfect FIFA competitor.
Mike, who are you going for in this one? Final prediction of the day. Who have you got?
I got Nazir, and I don't think it's going to be that close of a game. This would technically be a three-peat for him if he were to win this event because he won the Summer Cup Series at the end of last year. He won the first qualifier, and then obviously last qualifier we didn't see him. He didn't take part, and now he's back in action again. I'm expecting to get a win in this matchup, and like I said, I don't think it's going to be that close of a game.
I think it's going to be Nazir that takes this one as well. Nate, Treaders, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it to you and you can give us your predictions. It's the final matchup of the day. Let's get things going.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Welcome to our last game of the day. We'll be back tomorrow with Championship Sunday to decide who will meet. Our competitors already qualified. We have our loser bracket round 1, match 2. My name is Nate Patrick. And I'm joined by Treaders. Treaders, these are competitors who have had very different seasons. And Ben Carter, by his own admission, wasn't expecting to get to this stage. He said, I thought I'd go 0-2, a bit like the rest. But he's proven that doubt is wrong and truly deserves to be here.
And I think he's only just a recent verifiee, if we're going to use that as a word. He's only recently verified to actually compete. And so little of a points as he's got. He's only chilling down at 61st on the Global Series ranking leaderboards for Oceania. So this will be a little bit of a mismatch maybe. And we'll see if Neza can continue his class form.
Trademark, spelled a little differently in the Twitch chat, saying he believes Neza will win, but that Ben Carter will push him all the way. Marcus Gomes also in the chat agreeing with that consensus. You can make up your own mind. We've already seen a favorite get knocked out by the so-called lesser competitor here in the loser bracket, round 1, match 2. It's Ben Carter versus Nazir. Let's see what story unfolds. It is Ronaldo getting the first strike and missing the target altogether. That more or less, Shredders, was following the script we expected, but the shot not even troubling the goalkeeper.
And as to be expected early, opportunities for Nazir. Got a little bit lucky with, well, a little bit fortunate with a rebound, but unable to make that opportunity count. Ben Carter opting for that 5-3-2. And as a competitor, if you're severely outmatched, you really need to bring something different to the table. You can't afford to allow the favorite to really play to their play style or attempt to match them, because that's just a recipe for disaster unless they have a horrifically bad day. And even a horrifically bad day for Nazir isn't, I might hold my tongue on that if we see a few more passes like that one, as he'll start to get warmed up, I imagine, and there'll be less of those passes. But early on, maybe a little bit of hope for Ben Carter.
We haven't seen the 5-3-2 implemented too often today. It has been a bit of a meta shift we've seen since the latest patch. Competitors hoping that their AI centre-backs will help out maybe a little bit more. It's a manual challenge from Ben Carter that results in a foul and a free kick to Nazir, who lays it off to Bruno with time and space. That it's straight into Kleiber. He'll get the corner kick. No one wants to face Nazir. That's what the competitors are saying. If you could avoid one man from the draw, he's at the top of your list. It is DW Dillon, who is in the grand final, undefeated through the winners bracket. But Nazir, he's been there and done that. He said earlier, he's made it through to the broadcast in the loser bracket. It's like the loser bracket and I are a love story and she don't want to break up with me. He'll be hoping that this particular love story has a fairy tale ending. It is Ben Carter trying to break through the defensive line. Nazir resolute.
And that's probably the perfect way, besides composed, perfect adjective to describe Nazir's playstyle. Just resolute. Doesn't give you an inch. So compact is he when he goes into his defensive style. It's very hard to get anything going for your attack. And that'll be even more so the case for Ben Carter, who muscles that out of the play and does incredibly well to get a goal kick out of that one. But the long ball, seeing if CR7 can win that header, he cannot. And the 2-on-5 for Nazir might be a little bit edgy to start with.
It's Bruno Fernandes for Nazir, but Wayne Rooney with the tackle. He's playing as the centre mid in the 3 midfield line. Kulusevski on the left. And maybe not to the extent of the likes of MoAwed, but when you see, what's the nicest word I can use here? Uneducated people dissing the competitors, saying they only make these events because of their teams. If I had that team, I'd make these events. You wouldn't. And secondly, you've got the likes of Ben Carter and MoAwed qualifying with RTG teams or something close to that effect. We've seen a champion crowned as recently as last week, doing it with a team worse than those you'd probably come up against in Weekend League. They're here for a reason. They are the best of the best. Mike J making a late run through this losers bracket, qualifying for his first qualifier and making the most of that opportunity. What about Ben Carter? The Melbourne City man doing it the game before. Well, Ben Carter was a teammate of MoAwed and his coach Sarge for Melbourne Victory. Back when the E-League was a thing, Ben Carter starting off his tournament as a substitute competitor before getting quite the opportunity indeed. I think many do remember MoAwed and Sarge from that premiership run, but Ben Carter was seen by at least a few and certainly caught my attention with some excellent efforts back here in this qualifier number 3. Can he use his big tournament experience against a competitor that no one wants to face?
And if there's one word to describe Nayla at the moment, it's rusty. It's looking like a competitor who hasn't really had their hands on the game for a while. He's trying to play the way he normally plays, but at the moment it's just not clicking for him. And as the longer it goes, I think maybe, ironically, the best thing that Nayla could do would be to go a goal down early, just so he plays a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more direct. Ben Carter sending that one way out of play.
Happy just to finish off the half. A good, solid showing from Ben Carter. While this contest isn't quite off to the epic flying encounter we maybe hoped for, he is proving solid with his 5 at the back. And he's had a few chances on the break as well, Treaders. We've seen with the 5-3-2, a pass forward to your 3 centre mids, and a through ball from that. You can be well and truly through on goal.
It's interesting to note where Ben Carter is playing his most central of central midfielder, what type of item he has in that position. He's got Wayne Rooney playing as the central midfielder, who normally you see a number of competitors maybe using that player as another defensive midfielder, but it seems like Ben Carter wants him to join the attack and effectively act as a striker, as Ben Carter has an opportunity here, ball roll, to create the space. If he takes the foul, that's going to be a penalty. Or is it? Right on the edge of the area. This is a dangerous spot.
Indeed, just outside the area. And I can tell you one thing about Mr. Carter. He likes to entertain. The free kick is yellow timed. Not particularly convincing from Edison, with a few not quite golden, we'll call them silver opportunities. Ben Carter unable to take them just yet. It stays at 0-0. And while he hasn't conceded to spur him into life, Treaders, Nayla has certainly been a little shaken. It may well spur him into action here. The corner swung in, the punch away from Neuer. But he's starting now, Nayla, to show some of his champion form, or something close to it.
And the way to break that 5 at the back down is to catch them on the counter-attack. Don't let them get set, because the way that these centre-backs track back so aggressively, the moment you make this backward pass, if it's not linking up to go forward, as Nayla does so expertly right there, it can result in you just getting surrounded by a wall of players, and then the opportunity for the counter-attack to the counter-attack will be on for your opponent. And at the moment, that's kind of the tale that we have and the story that seems to be developing. Nayla taking his time to construct an attack against a formation that does not let you, but that's a good tackle to win that ball back. Nayla bridges, finds space in behind, and finally is able to break the deadlock. A simple goal, but nonetheless an effective goal. You win that ball high up, and Nayla will make you pay for making that giveaway.
It was spoken about from yourself and Mike about DW Dillon. The competitors that are the best often make the simple things look oh so easy, and Nayla making that look routine. Excellent job in defense and attack. He does get his opening goal, There's plenty of time left to play. Ben Carter will swing this ball in, finds Ronaldo at the near post, and he's onside. It's 1-1. Just like that, if you don't mind. Ben Carter with a sensational reply.
It's almost Tony Pulis ball-esque. Take your opportunities on your set pieces and then let your defending do the rest of the work. Another bridge from Nayla creates another opportunity for him. That team of the year, CR7, doing all the damage for him at the moment. And Ben Carter will need more than a fancy set piece if he is to stop a rampaging Nayla.
CR7 with all the goals in this contest thus far. What a sought-after foot item indeed. Nayla is going to be a competitor who utilizes him as well as anyone else, but the shot lacking power and direction. It stays at 2-1. Often in football, we say, just a goal to liven things up, please. Well, it's livened up now. Ronaldo with 2 for both competitors. First, it was the swinging set piece. Now, it's the corner. CR7 does not miss those, and we're 2-2.
Just caught a little bit off guard by that cross. It seemed was Nayla, and Ben Carter just executing when he needs to. Just keeping Nayla in touch at the moment. But as Nayla on his past few attacks, he's looking more and more threatening going forward, even against Ben Carter's set back line. And creating that space brilliantly, that close control, a trademark of Nayla's gameplay when he's at his very best. And gradually, ever so gradually, that rust is wearing off. And we'll see if Ben Carter has another reply to Nayla's goal.
He's gone ahead twice. It's been leveled twice, but it's Nayla looking to get a 2-goal lead for the first time in this contest. He is certainly warming to his task. Jones and Ronaldo keeping it between themselves. Bruno forward, Ronaldo, Neymar. He's just waiting to see whether the defender will do Nayla before deciding to strike. What a save! Neuer with the save of the day, keeping it at 3-2. Nayla practically doing everything right, but sometimes treaders, the keeper will bail you out, I guess.
I'd love to know what version of goalkeeper of Neuer that is, because if Ben Carter has spent those coins to get the Team of the Year item, he definitely won't be regretting it. But what he will be regretting is letting Nayla score his 4th. The space afforded to Nayla on the counter to the counter-attack. And Nayla starting to really make this game his own, moving that ball so well in the final third. And it doesn't matter how many defenders you have back there. When the ball is zipping around the pitch on the ground and you're able to control that ball so well, it's just a matter of time before you're scoring goals like that.
Ben Carter going forward. Neymar plays it wide up. Ronaldo tries to turn back. I guess he sort of succeeds, but the strike quite poor. Time ticking on. He does get one more opportunity. Ben Carter with Ronaldo trying to go past Reece James. He's unable to do so. It's kicked out of play. And with no goals in the first 60 minutes, we have 6 after the first leg. Nayla and Ben Carter putting on a show. Our final game of the day, leg 2, will be with you in just a moment's time. We'll give the competitors a chance to catch their breath and have a think, and we'll give you a chance at home to win yourselves a little something special. I mentioned earlier that Turtle Beach are helping us out, as they often do. Well, The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Follow them at Turtle Beach, and there you go. Tweet using the hashtag FGS21 headset for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. There is the hashtag on your screen. Get tweeting. Or don't, and then, as I've said to our producer, I'll just take it home myself. Nayla is trying to take home his victory, progress through to Championship Sunday. It was met with some quality, different goals from Ben Carter Treaders, but then he really pushed on in the final 10 minutes of this leg.
And with Ben Carter really sticking to his guns, sticking to his game plan of limiting Nayla in attack, Nayla realized he was standing off him so much, and so we saw him bring out a variety of stop and props as well as close control. But Ben Carter, not one to die wondering, was happy to whip that cross in when he got the opportunity, and that's a turn that mid-icon R9 will give you. Can only imagine what a prime icon moments R9 would do against these kinds of defenders. And El Shaarawy coming up with the goods to finish for Nayla. A pretty rusty performance to start, but as seems to be the story with him, he just grows and grows into the competition if you give him a chance.
What have you thought about the play of Ben Carter? I'm seeing plenty of support for him on Twitch, on social media. I'm a FIFA tryhard getting behind his competitor. Have you seen enough to suggest he could make things interesting in leg 2 here, Treaders?
In all honesty, yeah. If Nayla, particularly if he returns to the way he started the game out, there's no reason Ben Carter, if he continues to play the way he's playing, he's creating opportunities, he's using that width of the pitch quite well. It's just a matter of continuing to limit Nayla's attacking creative abilities to the absolute minimum and catch him off guard with a counter attack or two, and he'll be right back in this. He just needs to make sure that he executes when he does get those set pieces, because time and time again, that was so close to a penalty, that first one. I called it as a penalty, but it was not. But those kind of opportunities are the ones that you have to make count, particularly when Nayla can get on a roll. You just need to disrupt his flow, and credit to Ben Carter. He's staying in the contest. He's only 2 goals behind. He's not quite out of it just yet, but Nayla will be hoping to really crush him as we go further into the game, particularly on the offensive end, with just more stop and props and just so much patience and composure. Again, the trademarks of Nayla gameplay.
Yeah, we don't say that with any malice, of course, either. That's just the nature of the man. Nazir feels like he was programmed to play FIFA. Nonetheless, FIFA 21. He is really that good. It's maybe been, Treaders, a question of aptitude, committing to the task. It almost feels like this game's too easy for him at some stages, and he gets a little bit bored.
Yeah, at times. And I remember the first qualifier, he came on broadcast after winning his first game. He said, it just felt like another game of Weekend League. And to be fair to him, he dominated that game after going down pretty early. But it's just that shows the mentality of the man. He just treats each game as another game. He's got trophy pedigree. He's got a winner's mentality, just not getting fazed by anything that really gets said to him, any criticism. He doesn't worry about it. He just does his thing. He plays his FIFA and then he jumps off, or maybe he stays on for a bit longer. At the moment, I'm not too sure what his process has been. He's been a little bit quiet on Twitter for the past month or so, but overall, he sticks to his process. He knows what works for him, and credit to him, the process has been working for him.
He's a man that knows himself, that knows this game extremely well. He has the 4-2 lead after leg 1. We are talking about Nayla, your champion from the Oceania Regional Qualifier number 1, unable to participate in qualifier number 2. He is up against Ben Carter, who was down there I have him at 62nd. You said 61st, Treaders. I think it's a bit superfluous either way. The point being, he is the outsider for this contest. And that is not how you want to start. The challenge made, missing the ball altogether. While I do like the Australia Week kit, I do not like seeing that challenge. The chance for Nayla. 3 minutes in, we've got the webcams as well. It's good to see. It's straight down the middle. And it's not a disaster by any means, but it's far from ideal. The penalty given away, and Nayla taking that opportunity.
And Nayla coming out with an absolute flyer to start with. Getting that ball into some crucial areas, the critical areas of the pitch, and making his possessions count. And look how good he is at that close control. Pulled back was that Neymar. But the referees let the shirt grabs slide in FIFA 21.
Cannavaro, it was with the challenge. A foot item we have not seen particularly often, not just in Oceania, but around the world. Again, some of these more unheralded foot items can prove class. It is a feature of quality competitors. They'll find a key foot item or two that other competitors maybe don't like, but they just enjoy the feel. Treaders, we can talk about stats and overalls and attributes. You've got to enjoy controlling the players, the foot items you've got on your team. You've got to enjoy that intangible feel.
It's just so much of the game comes down to being comfortable with the items you are using. We see competitors changing their teams up from weekend to weekend. And sometimes it doesn't work for them. Sometimes something just clicks and it sticks. But most of the time, using those items that really work for you and that you can trust to get the job done is sometimes just as important as having the best items in the game.
Nayla looking for the cut back, but Ben Carter keeping him at bay for now. 5-2 on aggregate. Nayla with the early penalty that was converted. He's been using Ronaldo's young and old, if you like. El Shaarawy with one late on in the first leg. Ben Carter has a double through CR7. He's going to need to change things up defensively sooner rather than later, time and time again. The midfield three of this 5-3-2 is bypassed. He's doing it almost for fun. Nayla, back and forth he goes. R9 to Neymar, inside heavy touch. And Neuer will claim, but the danger signs are there.
Nayla playing with such good intent at the moment. Looking to get forward, looking to create opportunities for himself to score. Look at those overlapping runs. It just affords him so much space. And unfortunately for him, unable to either green time that or take it a little bit closer to the goal. Ben Carter, the work for him just seems to get bigger and bigger. And he's going to have to work harder and harder the more that Nayla establishes control over this matchup.
Nayla on yet another attack. Neymar, you can see what he was looking for, but again, it's Kleber for Carter. Able to make the read, and with a clean first touch as well. We talk about defenders making tackles and interceptions. Their close control, or at least first touch, almost as important. How often have we seen maybe the likes of a Varane, who just seems so ideal, has had that partnership with Mendy for so many competitors' teams early on in FIFA 21, start to be usurped by better foot items, sure, but we have commentated on and seen so many times that foot item give away a goal after making the interception, only to have a very heavy touch indeed. Ben Carter defending well, but in attack it's just the two strikers, the centre mids and wing backs. Too slow, really, to get there in time for the speed that Ben wants to play at. And at the other end, the pass through the legs. Somehow Theo clears that from the wrong side of the attacker. It stays 5-2.
I think Ben Carter realizes what's on the line here for him. Unfortunately for him, considering his late start, and hold the phone, Nayla hits the finesse for the third or fourth time this game, but this time R9 finds absolute top bins, and Nayla barely reacts. It's just another day in the office for him.
You have the feeling he'd like a few more. Neymar, is he passed? He is! And the finish is pure. Ben Carter, like he did in that first leg, responding in quick time. It's Neymar, and it's 6-3 on aggregate.
That switch to the 4-4-2, immediately creating an attacking opportunity for Ben Carter, but it creates so much joy for Nayla down the other end. Attempts the cutback, but Cannavaro is in the right place at the right time.
Another corner for Nayla. The volley blocked away. And Ben Carter will surely do what he's often done. Get it out of there. There we go. Just make sure that the clearance isn't going to go into a defender. Nothing worse than looking for half-time or full-time. You do the big clearance, only straight into the path of a defender. They score the goal. As you can tell, I'm speaking from deep personal pain. It feels like the clearances on occasion have a flat trajectory. Never in doubt, I'm sure. For Ben Carter, it is 6-3 on aggregate. Here in leg 2, there is a half of FIFA 21 remaining for the day. And for Ben Carter, I think he realizes this is a big moment. It could be his last moment. We saw him prepping a 3-5-2 and indeed a 4-3-1-2, just like a certain Mike J used only moments ago.
And depending on the competitor, it can be so effective. But not if you're almost giving the ball away in those kind of areas. The press from Nayla knows pretty much what Ben Carter will be trying to do before he does it. It's just a matter of if Ben Carter is able to execute those passes, those turns quickly enough to keep himself just one step ahead of Nayla. And being even half a step ahead of Nayla is a tough task. If we were talking in real life, of course, Ben Carter and his huge frame would be easily keeping pace with Nayla. But of course, we're talking about the virtual pitch. And Nayla controlling this game now, settling into his formations, just waiting casually for the press and then pinning that ball forward. Unfortunately for him in that occasion, just trying to take on the defender. And time again, we're seeing Ben Carter go direct. Credit to him for continuing to try to attack. But that direct style play just isn't working for him at the moment. But these tight challenges almost working. The cutback. And that backline holding firm for Ben Carter, keeping him just in this game.
He tries to press. Nayla good enough to retain the ball. Is he going anywhere though? At the moment, it's back to Walker. And there it is. Finds the space with Jones. And he has the numbers advantage for a time. Holding it out on the far side. Well aware that Ben Carter cannot just sit back and chill. Cannavaro is being used to great effect. Some big manual challenges with the shorter foot item. He's running around like a little terrier right now. Cannavaro wins a third or fourth tackle. Let's check out his tackle stats by the time this is done in that 3-5-2. Ben Carter perhaps happy with the formation, perhaps not the personnel, Treaders.
And unfortunately for him, that Neymar's been playing at striker. I think he would have loved to have started with that Neymar at central cam, considering the 5-star. I could go on and on about the importance of having 5-star weak foot, let alone 5-star skills in those central positions. But here's a classic 5-star item. And there's that Cannavaro attempting a block. The goal counts for R9. But a little bit of an assist from Cannavaro in that instance.
Ben Carter couldn't believe it. I hope we get to see that reaction after the game. And he's won it back here. It is not. It is a foul on the challenge. Getting a tad excited. R9, 94 overall, just shy of 8 million coins. 5-star, 96 finishing. He is one of those that competitors say doesn't always give them the best feel. Neza is not one of those. He likes his CR7 and R9 working in tandem. Cannavaro with slight redemption. Passing it out from the back. It is 7-3 on aggregate. Only 20 in-game minutes remaining. The 3-5-2 not preferred compared to the very similar 5-3-2. It takes on a few different properties. Wide midfielders, defensive mids. But Neza is finding the gaps at the moment. Looking for the compilation goal. Denied again by Nayla. Ben Carter racing forward. Neza comes out to meet him now. Great block, straight back at you. Neymar runs into the defender. And the ball just not settling for Ben Carter here in this second leg. The giveaway a little poor as he searches for that direct play here at the end. Neza will bring out the tricks and flicks. Have a bit of fun with it. Lovely from Ronaldo into Neymar. The extra pass. Oh my. Ben Carter can only applaud. He's well aware he doesn't have the personnel or the formation to defend that adequately, but it does not stop him from appreciating the brilliance that is Neza straight away from the kickoff. You can have one back. It was 8-3. It's now 8-4. The super sub making things that bit more respectable.
And the pressing from Neza has been absolutely incredible. I know that highlight goal will make the highlight reel, but the defensive work that Neza has put in this game, countering essentially everything that Ben Carter has had to show, maybe a little bit of a part of the way that Ben Carter has approached this game. But indeed, the outcomes speak for themselves. A pretty comfortable 4-goal cushion as a pass finds its way in behind, and Diata on the volley sends it into row X.
Only 85 overall, the what if foot item. Again, no doubt one of those that Ben Carter enjoys the feel of in game. 97 pace, I believe 87 finishing, willing to be proven incorrect. Not a foot item I've used or seen a lot of. The cross to the back stick is nice. And Ronaldo shooting past the post. It's been valiant from Ben Carter. He has shown what it has and what it takes to get 4 goals against one of the best competitors from Oceania. But Neza, taking his time, working his way into the contest, scores 8 of his own. That R9 foot item doing bits for him, Treaders. Is that more or less the game that we expected?
Pretty much. I think Ben Carter came out with his clear game plan. He stuck it to Nazir initially and nearly took the lead through that almost penalty, the free kick. But then as Nazir just grows and grows into the game, it just feels, no matter who the opponent is, it just feels inevitable. So credit to the way Ben Carter was able to score his 4 goals, and Nazir will think to himself, I at least I got the win, but there's still plenty of things for him to work on heading into tomorrow. So for his sake, he'll be hoping to come out a little bit cleaner from the start, but regardless, a secure win for him.
Ben Carter, very respectable, very admirable here in the Oceania Qualifier number 3. But Nazir perhaps looms as the biggest danger in this losers bracket. He is through to Championship Sunday. That's it from myself, Nate Patrick, and from Treaders. We look forward to bringing you all the FIFA 21 action again tomorrow as we find out who will be crowned champion. To review that game for us, we'll throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one right there. Nazir coming out on top with a very dominant display. Mike LaBelle, you can tell he's a champion. He's done it at the Summer Cup Series. He's done it at qualifier number 1. And here he is, Nazir, back at qualifier number 3, showing what he's got.
No doubt about it. I mean, frankly, he looks just at that upper tier. You got to say that he's got to be the favorite in the losers bracket to make a run for it. I wouldn't be mad. I know I'm jumping ahead of myself, but I wouldn't be mad if we got to see Dillon and Nazir go at it. That would be definitely an enjoyable match. But to see goals on goals on goals, you're stepping through the classic bridge. Kind of the old school bridge dribble as well. We're seeing a lot more usage of the directional bridge, but that was more the classic, the double tap. And you get that explosion. A goal that I rarely ever see from a direct free kick. Oh, I guess it turns into an indirect free kick, but you didn't lay it off, basically. You see a cancellation there, followed by the bridge. It's all about having that extra step, that extra margin, having different ways to unleash and also to incorporate your gameplay. You see an early cross. That's another reason the 5 at the back got so popular. From this region in particular, Marcus Gomes is very good with a lot of the crossing. If you're going up against some of the wing play, you see a full 360 from Nazir. Gives you a lot of variety with the ways that he scores. There's certain levels to versatility between some of the skills, some of the extra. I love this goal. Look at the passing. Oh, that is so many extra passes. People always say, do we need skill moves? You don't always need skills. Did you see him speed up the tempo? I know you're all about the tempo, but it's just a very impressive build up to that goal. A lot of people do not have that in their arsenal.
They don't indeed, but Nazir, he kept on pushing and pushing, dominating, opening up that gap here, as you can see, 5-2, and that was then extended to 6-2. But Ben Carter, those golf skills, they came into play just a little bit as he tried to close the gap. He tried to get in to that man's head, Nazir, but he didn't let that happen. No, he didn't. He kept on pushing, kept on dominating, finding that space with a little bit of luck as well, and he continued to extend that lead. And Ben Carter right there, talking to himself, talking to a coach, who knows, but he does not look happy with whoever he is talking about. Mike, I would have took that shot about 5 steps earlier, but that is the difference between pros and average players like myself.
Well, that's something that I always stress. Even between a silver player to a gold player to an elite, a big difference is deals with the finishing. Also usually on the defensive end as well, but those extra touches, making sure that you take a chance that might be a 50-50, you turn it into a 70-30. You take the 70-30, you take it to a 90-10. And then at the pro level, even those 90% opportunities, a lot of times they try to work it into where it's nearly 100% that they're going to convert. You see Nazir, 19 shots, 13 on frame, heavy with the possession play, heavy with the support, heavy with the goals, gave you a little bit of everything, and you saw a big collective or a major collective in terms of him giving you a certain level of versatility offensively where you're getting variety, you're getting depth, you're getting substance, different ways of scoring goals, whether it was the quick passing, it was the ins, it was the outs, it was a skill move combination. We saw multiple finesse shots outside of the box, inside of the box. You need to have all of that just to keep your opposition guessing.
Now, when we are looking at some of these competitors, we've talked about the future of this region, Mike, and Nazir, he's someone that he's not the future, he's not the past, he is the present, he is right now. He won the Summer Cup Series, he won qualifier number 1, and here we are. He just seems to be dominating, but he makes everything look so easy.
Yeah, and it's hard almost to speculate to say that this guy's going to be the future now. And it's something that I was stressing earlier. You have the past and you have the present, but I don't know if you have a future. I'm not sure that we have these players that build into becoming future stars. I almost feel, no pun intended, I almost feel as if they're ready now and that there isn't this limitation. There used to be. If you go back through competitive history, a lot of people weren't ready to win events when they're a teenager. But that's just completely shifted in terms of what we're seeing in the competitive ecosystem and the results. And I don't know if this started with kind of Tex or MS Desari. A lot of people forget MS Desari is very young. Yeah. And he had a success as a teenager, winning events, winning finals, being an international superstar.
I mean, it's all right, you know, the teenagers just dominating, doing what they do. Us old lot, I don't know, we're not the future, I'll tell you that. We've only got an expiry date. We're getting towards the end of it. Right, let's bring in Nazir into the stream. We can talk to him right now after that dominant display, taking on his opponent, Ben Carter. Congratulations, you've made it to Championship Sunday. You won the Summer Cup Series, you won qualifier number 1, you didn't take part in qualifier number 2, so it's just back to business right here.
Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't play qualifier 2, but yeah, I'm back at it again. I mean, I didn't play my best game there, but we got the win.
Hey, congratulations, as always. What do you think separates you? Because we have seen you play now on multiple occasions. Why are you having so much success going up against a lot of your competitors to go with the consistency? What do you think is the big difference with your gameplay versus maybe some of the other guys in the region?
Well, for me, I play better as the games go on. So, like, my first game may not be the best, but when I get into my groove, I start to get better and better each minute. So I don't know what it is. I just get rusty first game on, and then as I go into the other games, like the first qualifier, I just play better.
Does that mean that the losers bracket suits you more because there's more game time, there's more games for you to play?
I guess you could say that. I mean, like, it's sort of like a fairy tale love story. I can't really get rid of them, but you know, I tried so hard to stay in winners bracket in the qualifier, but unfortunately I couldn't get the last win. But yeah, here we are.
It makes it more dramatic when you've got to climb all the way up to the grand final. You've got to reset the bracket as well. But if it means that you get better with time, you get better with each of those games, surely by Championship Sunday tomorrow, you're going to be full of confidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping as well. I need to be playing better than I did today. Definitely wasn't a good game. But GG's to Ben. He put up a good fight.
You've just mentioned a few times, just very quickly, that you need to improve. What is it you need to improve on?
Well, I was busy with uni this week, so I only got some games in yesterday with Mark 11, and then I got one leg against him this morning before playing, and then so yeah, like I guess I need to play more before I actually jump on. But I was just playing some foot gems. Doesn't really help, but yeah.
Well, hopefully you can get 30-0, you know, just get that before tomorrow, before Championship Sunday. I'm sure it will help. Nazir, we'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations, you make your way through to round number 2.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Right, so there we have it. Mike LaBelle, it's interesting. He says he actually enjoys, he thinks he's better as the tournaments progress. He's tried his hardest to stay in that winner's bracket, but when you're in the loser's bracket, there's plenty of opportunities to keep on getting better.
And we're seeing a reoccurring or an echoing statement between competitors, especially the top guys. He won that game 8-4. All he talked about how he needs to improve, that he was unhappy with his gameplay, that he has to be a little bit better if he wants to make a run for it. And this is what I tell people all the time. You have to be so critical of self, and you have to always review and analyze your gameplay. Where can you get better? What can I improve? How can I reinvent myself? And I just think it's interesting. We should definitely bring maybe a little more attention to the importance of making these corrections, even when you have a positive result.
Well, maybe one of our competitors will be watching right now to see how they can get better as we break down one of their game highlights presented by PlayStation.
And this is my favorite goal of the day, actually. We just saw from Nazir. And like I said earlier, a lot of people say you need all these extra skills, you need different ways to unlock space. And I think he does this in such a creative manner, just gorgeous, quick passing. And you can see the breakdown, kind of the pathway. We got 1, 2, and 3. There's so many additional passes that are made within the box, all first-time passes. If you're a fan of Barcelona, especially through the glory years, you like the tiki-taka, 1, 2, 3, first-time finish. It's a gorgeous goal, and he needed that. It was the 88th minute. It gave him a little more leeway. It also builds your confidence going into the second leg, and it's something that you have to you should have I want to put like a little more focus, because so many people talk about, oh, do we really need all these flicks and these tricks? And some of the football enthusiasts say, oh, I have to learn all this. No, you don't have to. You can do it via very smart and clever passing, and some of the buildup and the overlapping runs and the classic triangles and the gives and the goes. Now, if you don't have that in your game, that's fine. You're limited, but it's there. And we see it every time we get into competitive play. In particular, we see new ways of being able to create margins, create space, and score goals.
And I'm sure we'll see plenty more of that tomorrow on Championship Sunday. All of the action is done and dusted here on day one. Let's have a recap of the results right now. This is how things currently look after we've gone through days one action within FIFA 21. Yes, starting in the winners bracket side of things, we found our grand finalists, but we jumped down into the losers bracket where we had MCFC Mike J taking on Greek Freak. He won that game 7-6 after being 4 goals down in the first leg. And then we had A Nazir taking on Ben Carter, winning that one 8-4. A Nazir. That sets up our matches for tomorrow. Round number 2, MoAwed. He dropped down from the winners bracket. He takes on MCFC Mike J. And then Nayla, who dropped down from the winners bracket as well. He takes on A Nazir. Both of those matches will determine our winners to go through to round number 3. The winner of that will play Mark 11 in the final. And the winner of that one will make their way through to the grand final, where DW Dillon, he sat patiently waiting for them. Mike, I mean, it's been a great day. There's been plenty of action, plenty of drama as well. But DW Dillon, he's got a long wait now to see who he's going to face.
That's a good problem to have. I wouldn't complain if I was Dillon. It meant a lot to him. He's already, once again, solidified his position for playoffs, which I think for most competitors, that's their goal. If they haven't done it, they want to make sure, all right, we're locked into playoffs. Cool. Now let me go win this event. Or let me get to the finals. Let me go on a run. But I want to make sure that I have enough points to get myself into the conversation to prepare for playoffs and then the FIFA E World Cup.
Right, there has been plenty of drama, plenty of goals as well. I don't know how we've whittled it down, but it's time for the top 5 goals of the day.
Neymar dancing his way through, but admittedly a little wider than he might like. Now he comes central. Kulusevski trying to get that distance from the defender. He does. And he makes it 1-1 in quick time.
Great, just getting the reads on pretty much every attack that Mike is looking for. Oh, brilliant hold up the play there by Greek, and the deserving finish to go along with it.
There's plenty of time left to play. Then Carter will swing this ball in. Finds Ronaldo at the near post. And he's onside. It's 1-1. So 1-0 down. Won't seem like a big task whatsoever, I'm sure. Wayne Rooney. The big finesse. Are you kidding me, MoAwed? Right on cue. Can he find the space? The green time shot gives you your answer. Neymar with 4.
That was the top 5 goals of the day from day 1 of the 3rd qualifier in Oceania, the FIFA 21 Global Series. Mike Labelle, there's been plenty of drama, plenty of action. Standout moment, though, surely it's got to be MCFC Mike J. That game against Greek Freak, we were messaging in our WhatsApp group. It was absolutely wild.
I'm glad you brought that up. It's definitely the takeaway, and it kind of teaches you a reminder that there's kind of a never quit attitude and you can get a reward on the back end. We see this happen in FIFA most weekends. Maybe not as much in the competitive scene, but at least if you're playing a lot of weekend league, if you're grinding, maybe division rivals, you're playing versus your friends, comebacks are on. But in the pro world, to see 4 goals turned over, extra time winner, that'll give you something to kind of shake and bake. I'd love to hang out with Mike J today for his DJ session on the turntable. I'm sure the vibes are going to be heavy.
I bet they are. And obviously, MCFC stands for Melbourne City, but it is connected to Manchester City. You've just sent something from the Twitch chat, ISF03. Someone tell this Kyle guy that Manchester is red. ISF3, that's a lie. Manchester is blue. I'm sorry to break it to you. Anyway, let's move on. We do move into Championship Sunday. One of those guys that does feature is Mike J. Let's see where he will be playing in tomorrow's schedule. All of our games right now in front of us. He is first up taking on MoAwed, 10:10 Central European time. And then we move into that losers bracket round 2. Second matchup, Nayla taking on Nazir, and then it's losers bracket round 3, 10:12 Central European time, and then it's our losers bracket final, Mark 11. He's patiently waiting. He's dropped down from the winners bracket side of things to see if he can get revenge, if he can make his way through to that grand final, 2 Central European time. DW Dillon, he's in that privileged position of sat patiently waiting, knowing whoever comes up has got to reset the bracket, got to beat him once and beat him again if we are to see another champion right there. So there we have it. Day 1 done and dusted. Mike LaBelle, have you enjoyed yourself?
I always enjoy myself. Anytime we get to kick back, have a little conversation, we get to see some FIFA on display. Today was, I'd say, an extra active day. We got that maybe extra credit on the report card. I don't know if I really ever got any extra credit, but I feel like we had really, really high scoring affairs, even in matchups that we kind of predicted it would be a little lower scoring. It would be more structured. It would be a little slower. That didn't happen at all. So it was back and forth. A lot of goals were scored. A lot of goals were conceded. Not much defense was played. And we saw some heroic stories, and then we also saw some despair. Especially in that Greek Freak matchup, because he thought he had that game locked in. But I'm looking forward to Championship Sunday. We got a lot of big names, the heavy hitters, and we're going to see if somebody can make a name for himself. Was Dillon going to get his first win? He's sitting in the grand final. We got a lot of stories going on. There's plenty of narratives. I can give you a novel.
No, it's all good. We've got it. There's plenty of narratives. And the FIFA 21 report card, you get an A-star from me, Mike LaBelle. You definitely do. Right, that is it. Day 1 has finished. We will be looking all ahead to Day 2, Championship Sunday, the FIFA 21 Global Series, qualifier number 3 in Oceania. We will find our champion tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you join us. We'll see you there.